Can you hear me now? Hey, all right. Okay, so we're halfway there. Now we just need our closed captions. Did we remember to, are they on the viewing laptop? Did we have to reset after we changed? Wait, oh, but they're on the bottom. Of course. Hold on. Why is Rick's camera showing up though? All right, well, Rick can figure it out. Why, there we go. All right. We do this every time. It does not matter the amount of preparedness we do in the test webinar. As soon as we go live with the real webinar, it's not going to work. I also had a notepad with everything I was supposed to say, which of course I also can't remember. This is what unmedicated ADHD looks like in real time. All right. First off, welcome everyone. We're so excited to have you here again for the 11th Game Accessibility Conference. Okay. No, they're still there. They're at the top. We learned this last time. If you have them at the bottom, absolutely only the front row can see them. So now we put them at the top so that everyone can see them. So welcome. We're really excited to be here. We are still fully embracing our hybrid event. So thank you so much for your patience here in the room so we can make sure our folks at home are having a fantastic viewing experience. And hybrid is actually extended to our speakers again this year. So we're going to have both pre-recorded speakers, we're going to have live speakers, to really make sure that everyone has the opportunity to share their knowledge and can partake in that knowledge regardless of where they are, what's going on, making sure, again, they can be part of it. It is a little bit of extra work for us to do hybrid, but we're dedicated. We've managed to get speakers who, would really struggle to come and join us in person, whether it was for, just cost or the inaccessibility of travel. But we also still get to have, everyone who's able to come and just get together in person do that as well. And part of how we really work to bring everyone together during this hybrid time is our Discord. So if you did not remember, or this is your first event, we do not do live Q&A. We do all of our Q&A in Discord. So each talk has its own dedicated channel. And in that channel, you can ask every question. You can talk about things you love, where to learn more. And the speakers will be in that channel and you'll be able to hear directly from them. We do ask that you try to stay on topic in each channel. And because we know there's so many amazing, wonderful things we want people to share, we do have lots of fun extra channels in the Discord as well. So we have a snacks channel, a pets channel, your threads channel, all of the really important ones. But also, I guess, the businessy ones like, introducing yourself and looking for work and all that stuff as well. But we all know the important ones are the pets channel. So I expect lots of pets in the pets channel. Last year, y'all did not disappoint, and I want that to absolutely continue. Of course, for your viewing pleasure, Zoom is the #1 platform for us that we are doing our webinar on. We highly recommend, if you can, to watch on the Zoom live if you're at home, just because Zoom has more accessibility options, such as being able to better move the captions across the screen, more caption display options, as well as our interpreters will not cover the presentation. We do have a backup on YouTube where all of this is also being live streamed to, but it does kind of condense everything down, and it's still pretty decent, but a little less of a viewing experience. And that's also great because if for some reason you miss it live, it will be there on YouTube literally as soon as we stop. The whole day's recording will be up. Now, obviously, I've talked about all of these things on the internet, such as Discord, and some of you may be asking here in the room important questions like, how do I get on the Wi-Fi? So if you are here, there is a option that is just Archer Meeting, and you can join that one. There is no password. You can just hop on and get that sweet, sweet Wi-Fi. Of course, if you are a person staying at the hotel, there is also a hotel Wi-Fi for guests, which you would have been given your password when you started. Now, if you are here staying at the hotel, please make sure that they know you are with us. There is a discount for people being with the conference, and I want you to save those sweet, sweet monies, so please let them know. And, you know, it is a really exciting time for us. We're having so many more people come back and attend. And, you know, for us, it was, you know, honestly, we're like, I hadn't seen Ian for a while. You know, we there's this thing that happened that meant like he kind of stayed over in the UK and didn't really come over here. I don't know what it could have been. Definitely nothing depressing that off-railed everyone's lives for a couple of years with like serious health issues. But we're really excited. He's all the way back there. Let's give a warm welcome to Ian, who is returning to GaConf US. He has not been at GaConf US since 2019. So we welcome him back home to the conference because, you know, we can't do it without him. And, you know, I know that he pre-recorded his talk so he can go hide while it plays somewhere else. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to make sure that all of the attention is not on him right now while he is physically in the room. And for you folks at home, I will track him down and get him on camera later. So I will make it happen. I'll do it with my cell phone if I have to. But, you know, again, accessibility is very important for us here at the event. If you do need anything, please reach out to any of the staff. You'll find them with black lanyards or at the registration desk at any time to help you out. And if you are in need of a quiet room, we do have one. So if you were to go just past the main entrance door into this room, the next room is the quiet room with some comfy chairs and couches where you will be able to chill out. Of course, throughout the event, we're going to have food and snacks. All of the snacks will be at the back of the room, like the lovely breakfast platter we have right now. Lunch, we'll talk about more a little later on, but please feel free to get your tea, coffee, soda, anything that you want. And if you do not feel comfortable eating inside, we do have some outdoor seating. If you go just past where we're going to have lunch straight down this hallway, you can go outside and eat there. Now, you know, this conference is special for a few reasons. Like I said, the return of Ian Hamilton is one. But for those who didn't know, this conference is put together with support of the IGDA Game Accessibility SIG. And it's actually, this year is the 20th anniversary of the SIG and its founding. And I know for a lot of people, they have not been working in accessibility nearly that long, but there are a few people who have. And that's why I don't know if Thomas is watching right now. You know, he is over in Europe, but Thomas Weston, he was the original founder of the SIG all the way back in 2003. And so we want to give like an extra warm love and just show of support for really kicking off the SIG. That, I mean, this conference wouldn't be here if he hadn't done that work 20 years ago. So like a huge shout out to him and all of his work. Now, so if you've been to GaConf before, you know, we always started out the exact same way. And this is going to be our first pre-recorded talk of the day with Ian Hamilton and news update. Let's check out all the things that have happened since the last conference.
Hello, welcome. I am Ian. I am one of the organisers, and I also work in advocacy and awareness raising when I'm not doing this. This morning, I'm going to kick things off, as I always do, with a news update. So a look at some of the highlights of the great progress made over the past 6 months since our last event. There's a lot to cover, so it will be coming at you pretty quick. But don't feel like you need to keep notes or look things up, because at the end, I'm going to give you a URL to a document. That document will have links in it to everything that I'm going to talk about today. I have 5 topics for you. Platform and
Our captioner's computer just crashed. So we're gonna let them do a quick reboot and then we'll start this over. All right. Sorry. Yeah. And we'll tell you when to play it. Okay. Need some elevator music or something. Little jazz. Well, now I just want to scat an entire song. I didn't know it would get ASL with it. Test. Oh, we have to move the captions again. Oh yeah, just could you type, please, captioner? Maybe. Captioner test. Hey, welcome back. All right. Okay. Ian has a presentation or something. Let's go. Round 2.
Hello and welcome. I am Ian. I am one of the organisers, and I also work in advocacy and awareness raising when I'm not doing this. This morning, I'm going to kick things off, as I always do, with a news update. So a look at some of the highlights of the great progress made over the past 6 months since our last event. There's a lot to cover, so it will be coming at you pretty quick. But don't feel like you need to keep notes or look things up, because at the end, I'm going to give you a URL to a document. That document will have links in it to everything that I'm going to talk about today. I have 5 topics for you: platform and hardware, player resources, developer resources, games, and people. So starting at the start, platforms and hardware. The headline grabber here has been about PlayStation's Access controller. It isn't quite with us yet, but the launch date of the 6th of December and the price of $90 per controller were announced, and pre-orders are now open. But something that is with us now is a complementary console feature for the PlayStation 5 that allows 2 controllers to be paired as one. So a second player can assist, or a single player's controls can be split across 2 devices, like between a regular controller and an Access controller. So this works in much the same way as Copilot on the Xbox and Tandem that used to be on Stadia. This launched alongside another really nice operating system feature too. This was UI haptics to reinforce navigation of system menus for blind players. This added haptic effects for things like focus shifting, reaching scroll limits, or checked and unchecked states of UI elements. There have been some nice things elsewhere too, including a couple of new features in iOS 17. This is the first: assistive access, which is the option to switch the system UI and some apps to an alternative mode that drastically simplifies both the motor and the cognitive load. There have been people calling for this on consoles for many, many years now, so I hope this can act as a template and give some principles for others to follow. Apple also upgraded support for accessibility switches. They've long been leaders in this area, with the ability to map switches to all manner of touch interactions and gestures in games, but they've now added the ability to map switches directly to gamepad inputs. So games that support game controllers on iOS can be controlled directly by accessibility switches, and it's exactly the same way as something like the Xbox Adaptive Controller, the PlayStation Access Controller, or the Hori Flex. And last, but by no means least, Google launched Project GameFace. This is an AI-driven tool to create an accessible gaming mouse through mapping facial expressions to mouse interactions. It's open source and still in active development, so they are keen to have input from players and developers alike. Next, we have some nice developments in resources and information, starting with resources for players. First up, we've seen a leap in accessibility coverage in mainstream review sites. It's finally starting to become a thing that reviews, other than dedicated accessibility reviews, are also starting to cover it. Like in this example from Eurogamer, where all reviews now have a dedicated panel listing some highlights in basically bullet form of what kind of accessibility functionality they've seen in the game. This is something similar in Tech Radar, but rather than the pull-out panel with a list, it's more editorialized. So it's a paragraph of prose as a regular subsection of the review. And this is a slightly different approach being taken on VG 24/7. This is an image gallery showing the default control schemes and what the subtitles and the UI text size look like. This is something that takes absolutely no accessibility expertise to produce, but is still extremely useful information for players to be able to make informed purchase decisions. And on a similar note, the Family Gaming Database have now developed an API giving access to the accessibility information in their database. This API is already on use on a number of review sites, including Push Square, Nintendo Life, and Pure Xbox. A player resource that is specific to Xbox is their Ambassador program. Their Ambassador program is a worldwide network of players who help to foster the community and make it a safe and enjoyable space. As part of that, they have an Accessibility Explorer Path, which is a gamified program for ambassadors to learn about the topic and take it on into their work. It is divided across missions, which are specific learning activities. And back in May, Xbox announced that they've now hit a milestone of 1 million missions taken by 18,000 ambassadors. Xbox have been up to a whole bunch of other player supporting things too, such as updated accessibility support pages, bringing their tag filtering and searching from console over to the Xbox Store website and also the Xbox PC app, and also producing a new video user guide for the Xbox Adaptive Controller. And Xbox, together with Ubisoft, have been continuing to drive accessibility at showcase events, both accessibility of the events themselves, like Ubisoft Forward and the Xbox booth at GaConf, but also within the content itself, with accessibility having a segment in Xbox's extended summer showcase. But as awesome as these are, it really cannot just be the domain of a select few companies. With some planning and organisation, this is not difficult stuff to do, so please speak to these companies who are leading in this area. Speak to people like Brandon Zahand and David Tisserand. They will be more than happy to chat with you about how to do the same for your own company's online or physical events. Another highlight of the Not E3 season was the Accessibility Summer Showcase from Laura Kate Dale. This was a show that was solely about accessibility, showcasing 15 recently released and upcoming games that have been making an effort to put accessibility at the forefront of their design. It was a really wonderful celebration, and of course accessible itself with ASL, BSL, and audio description. So if you have a game that is hitting around or after next summertime that you'd like to get in front of the community, please hit up Laura. And one last thing to come from the summer festivities was accessibility information about Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. In these news updates, I used to quite often talk about progress in games sharing information ahead of launch. I don't do that anymore, as quite wonderfully, it is now such common practice that it is no longer newsworthy. So if it's no longer newsworthy, then why am I talking about Prince of Persia doing it? Well, because not only was it shared 7 months before launch, it was actually shared alongside the announcement of the game itself. It literally could not be announced any earlier, meaning that fans across the full spectrum were able to get in on the hype at the same time as everyone else, treated as equals. There has only been, to my knowledge, one other game that has ever done this before, which happened earlier this year, and that was Magical Delicacy, published through the always awesome Whitethorn Games. They also showcased their accessibility in the materials for the announcement of their game. These games have been able to share this information because they were working on accessibility from the start and had swathes of it in place from a very early stage. But it doesn't have to be all or nothing. Even if you can't share on day one, the earlier you can share, the better. And it doesn't have to be complete. Just look at God of War Ragnarok. They did a partial reveal 6 months before launch of everything they were certain of at that time, then followed up with a complete list closer to launch, which actually gave them another marketing beat. And the reception to that from the community was fantastic. So this has been a little bit of a ramble, I know, but it's important. The inability to make informed purchase decisions is still a huge issue, and cons are a critical part of building a good relationship with the community that you want to reach. And you're going to hear more about that from Jessica Roach tomorrow afternoon. So next, on to developer resources. This has been an interesting area in the past 6 months with developments across a really broad range of things. First is a tool, Tulp, for Game Maker Studio. Some of you may already be familiar with Tulp. It is an abstraction library that does some of the heavy lifting of passing info about your UI out to various screen readers, so it can then be passed by blind players. In tools like this and ReadSpeaker, and also progress on native engine solutions too, the technical barriers to blind accessible UI development are steadily falling, which is wonderful to see. So a very different kind of resource next. This is a collation of papers, articles, guidelines, and so on neurodiversity in the industry. It's put together by the fantastic Harriet Frayling of Manycat Studios over in the UK. And again, I'll be giving you that document with links to all of these at the end. Again, in the UK, from Rebellion this time, this is something that I've personally never seen before in the industry. They hired an accessibility consultant, who was Antonio Martinez, who you might know from Game Accessibility Nexus. They hired him to do an audit on Sniper Elite 5. That in itself, hiring a consultant to do an audit is nothing new. But for Global Accessibility Awareness Day, they shared it online in full, freely available. It's a really great watch, not just for learning about what kind of barriers and solutions are applicable to a game like this, but also, if you haven't done it before, for insight into what working with a consultant is like, and what benefits and engagement like that can actually bring to your own work. And they also shared usage data on Sniper Elite 5's features. And these two in particular stood out. 95% of game sessions were played with subtitles turned on. We've seen this exact figure again and again across genres when subtitles are on by default, which of course they must be because even when they're off by default, most players still turn them on. So 34% of game sessions were played with an increased text size. So 95, 34, these are not insubstantial figures. You cannot afford to do a bad job of subtitles in their presentation. You cannot afford to do a bad job of text size. They're two of the most common accessibility complaints. They really, really need to be a top priority from the very start of development. And shifting south a bit now from the UK to Spain, the disability organisation Fundación ONCE collaborated with AEVI, which is the Spanish games industry body, to publish a 90-page white paper on game accessibility for the local industry, covering both guidelines and also an overview of accessibility hardware. There's also from Spain some wide-ranging research with blind and low vision gamers that came out of the Universitat Autónoma de Barcelona. 81% of blind and low vision gamers have been locked out of a game due to inaccessibility. 90% wanted audio description in games, and 95% of people who used audio description in other media wanted to see it in games. So if you're not familiar, audio description is a narration track, a person describing what is happening visually on the screen. It's common in other industries. It's now starting to rapidly spread in games, starting to move from trailers over into gameplay too. So that's following on from The Last of Us to now appear in games like Stories of Blossom, Forza Motorsport, and Mortal Kombat 1. And there is a talk about it this afternoon. And next, something which to me is really momentous. Player Research, and in turn its parent company Keywords, have launched Advancing Accessibility, drawing from companies across the Keywords portfolio to build a collection of new capabilities to help developers go further with accessibility. It's a really extensive set of services covering workshops and training, consultant hookups, QA, audio description production, design, even co-development of features and tools. This wealth of capabilities as a service is not something that's been available in the industry before, and it's going to be a huge asset. And it's a big deal for me personally because of the landmark that it represents. For a company like Keywords, who plays a part in such a substantial swathe of the industry's work, to want to do something like that says something not just about them, but about demand, about the step we're now reaching in the industry's journey towards accessibility maturity. It's in very safe hands, being led by Emilia Chiasson, former accessibility lead for IDOS. She'll be sharing some of the research that went into the founding of the service in her talk tomorrow morning. And of course, everything that I've mentioned so far is in support of one thing: accessibility of games. Every time I do one of these talks, there's another leap forwards, and this time is no exception. I'm mostly just going to give you names of games, but there will be links to details of what each one of them did in that document that I'm going to give you at the end. It has been a tremendous time for AAAs. Even right now, the image up here is Forza Motorsport, which is launching during this conference. And somehow, in the middle of launching the game, they've managed to fit in producing a talk. So you'll be hearing more about the wonderful things they've been doing tomorrow. And I'll actually come back to it again in a minute too. But of course, it hasn't just been the Forza show. Other AAAs making great strides over the 6 months have included Jedi Survivor, Redfall, Diablo 4, Street Fighter 6, F1 23, Mortal Kombat 1, The Crew Motorfest, and Assassin's Creed Mirage. And indies, as always, have been knocking it out of the park too. Just a few to check out include Sky Tales, Stray Gods, Mail Time, Moving Out 2, Disney Illusion Island, Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun, Polyfury, 30XX, A Night in the Attic, Above Snakes, Firebird, and On Guard. And one especially, Stories of Blossom. If there is only one single thing you take from this whole talk, it's to go and play this game. It's a spectacular showcase of just about every area of accessibility. There is so much that other teams could learn from it, and learn from any of the other games that I've mentioned too. There have also been a ton of games upping their accessibility game post-launch through updates. Games like Gotham Knights, Hogwarts, Granblue Fantasy Versus, Age of Empires 4, Stray, World of Warcraft, Ixion, League of Legends, even Quake 2 26 years after it launched. And of course, as always, Sea of Thieves. This update is a bit special though. It's part of a bigger picture. And this is a screenshot of the new aim assist audio setting that arrived with Season 9. And it's for first-person shooter style shooting. So if you're doing that as a sighted person, you're using information on the proximity of an enemy to your crosshairs to calculate how to adjust your aim to bring them under the crosshairs so you can shoot them. And this setting translates that into audio cues. So it generates a clicking sound that adjusts based on that proximity, in turn making first-person shooting accessible to blind players. So I mentioned a bigger picture, and I also said I'd mention Forza again. So that bigger picture is accessibility of mainstream games to blind players. Past 6 months, we've had blind accessible FPS mechanics in Sea of Thieves, blind accessible racing in Forza, blind accessible point-and-click adventure with Stories of Blossom, blind accessible fighting mechanics in both Mortal Kombat 1 and Street Fighter 6. The tide is finally turning. This has a couple of implications. Firstly, not being able to picture how blind accessibility works is becoming less possible because of these great examples spanning genres. But also, we're at kind of a sweet spot at the moment. Teams are still really making their first steps, so there's still huge opportunity for innovative approaches that can drive the whole industry forwards. And that, together with now having all these examples to work from, and also many more examples from the audio games sector, should mean very exciting times ahead. And just one last thing to mention on games, which is representation. There have been some great disabled people being represented within games, like Fortnite's ASL emote, Moving Out 2's avatar wheelchairs, F123's tinnitus representation, and Galaxy of Heroes introducing a character with limb difference. Last two, F1 and Galaxy of Heroes, have something in common, and it's something that they have in common with the medical wearables in The Sims and Wraith's ASL use in Apex Legends, both of which came about early this year. What they all have in common is being driven by Morgan Baker, Game Accessibility Lead at EA. She is doing really spectacular work in this area, and she's here today as well. So Morgan, if you are hit up by people wanting to chat representation in the breaks, you know who to blame. Which brings me neatly onto people, the people who drive all of this change. I'm sure everyone here has some either direct or indirect experience of just how tough a time it has been for the industry recently. But even against that backdrop, the growth of accessibility as a dedicated professional discipline has continued. Which means I have some new full-timers to welcome to the field. Kiyomi Katayama, UI UX Accessibility Designer at Santa Monica. Drew McCrory, Lead Accessibility Designer at Blizzard. Joseph Kulik, Accessibility Program Manager at Splash Damage. And Britt Dye, Chief Accessibility Officer at Whitethorn, which I believe is the first time that job title has existed in the industry. And two more. Accessibility Quality Designer at EA and Accessibility Researcher at PlayStation. They have big question marks over their faces because they're vacancies that are currently open. And I know of at least two more roles that are going to be advertised over the coming months too. If you are interested in any of those, or indeed any others that come up in the future, check out the job openings channel on the SIG Discord. It's a really fantastic resource. So on that nice note, I am going to wrap it up. All of this adds up to a pretty cool 6 months for me, and I hope you're feeling that too. Great progress across so many areas, some of which you are going to hear more about today and tomorrow. They are all wins for all of us, and I hope that they keep your fire burning. Last of all, finally, that document that I keep promising. It has links to everything that I mentioned in this talk, plus a bunch of other nice things too that didn't quite make the cut. And you can find that at tinyurl.com/GaConfoct23. So tinyurl.com/GaConfoct23. Thank you for watching, and I hope the next 2 days treat you well. I'll see you on the Discord.
It is always amazing to see how many new things have happened literally just in the last 6 months since the last conference. We are reaching a time of exponential growth in accessibility, a path that we started on, and we're only seeing more and more prizes, rewards, magnificence coming out of. I mean, if you would have asked me when I started in accessibility back at the dawn of time, if someone would ever share their accessibility information at announce day, I would have laughed at you. But yet here we are, with some of the amazing work that is coming out of Ubisoft and the PR team there. It's almost like we have someone here who's going to be doing a talk on that later. Also knowing, again, that Keywords has developed an entire service. Again, when I first got started in accessibility, I didn't think there would be a job in games that was dedicated to accessibility. And now the fact that there are entire services dedicated to it. And it's almost like you'll be able to learn more about that tomorrow when we have another talk on that exact topic. But one of the things that Ian really hit on here is how far we have come specifically in accessibility in video games for blind players. There were even accessibility folks when we first started, really trying to get the industry to where it is today, that, if you ask them, can you make a AAA game blind accessible, they would tell you no, other accessibility folks. And it's clear that is not true. I mean, Ian just rattled off like 6 different things, right? And that's just from the last 6 months. And we're only going to see even more going forward. And of course, as Morgan leaves, we're getting ready to go on a break. So as we go to the break, feel free to hunt her down. It's great because she can't hear me, so she doesn't know that I'm sending all of you to go harass her during the break. So yes, we will be taking a short break, a little shorter than intention due to our tech issues at the beginning, but I will see you back here in 5 minutes at 9:50 for the next talk. Thanks. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Now, for the folks in the room, we do have enough chairs for everyone. And so I know there are some of you standing at the back tables. Well, because you showed up late, that means that you have to sit in the front because that's where the open seats are. Yeah. Or you may have to sit next to someone you don't know. I know it's really rough. Caitlin's just like shaking her head like, absolutely not. I will stay back here with my laptop at this standing table. How dare you? But really, thank you all again so much. So our next speaker is also a pre-record because I put him to work. Michael Anthony, who is our next speaker, and he is one of the two gentlemen that we have running the registration booth today. And this is his talk about accessibility as social justice.
Hello everyone, I'm Michael Anthony and welcome to my talk, Accessibility as Social Justice. I am a white male wearing glasses with blue frames, a black shirt, as well as a black and gray jacket. I will say that the bulk of my content and the PowerPoint slides that I will be showing are largely text, and those are all talking points that I will be speaking through. There are a few images throughout the PowerPoint presentation as well, and I will be describing those images where relevant. If you're looking to get a hold of me outside of this, you can find me on a variety of social platforms. On the platform formerly known as Twitter, you can find me at JetUser, and on Blue Sky at jetuser.bsky.social. And everywhere else is probably still JetUser, which makes it a lot easier to find me. Before we get too far, I want to recognize that this presentation was developed while residing on unceded indigenous land of the Coast Salish people, the Pacific Northwest. I also acknowledge that I have privileges that may have been used in developing and giving this presentation. My commentary is from my experience, and there are some notes here that I have received from other people. There are many people that need to be involved in the discussions around social justice, and I will not presume to speak for everybody. This is also an extremely complex and nuanced topic, and only so much can be covered in 30 minutes, so I might have to gloss over a few things. I also want to give special thanks to a few individuals who helped me develop this presentation. It's not without their assistance that I will be able to bring this talk to you today. Patty Lang, Shell Little, Steve Saylor. Now, a lot of terms tend to get thrown out there in the conversation around social justice, but here's a quick primer on how to distinguish that. There is an image that is divided into 4 quadrants. It is probably flawed in one way or another, but it provides a good basis to understand what justice means, at least from the lens of accessibility in this particular case. In the top left quadrant, inequality is in bold black text. There is a subtitle that says unequal access to opportunities. Now, the image that I'm going to describe will be very similar to the next 3 images that I will describe in sequence, but it's important to keep the base image in mind because it will become relevant. I'll call out the key changes as we go through these different terms. There is a big tree that is leaning slightly to the left at the top. It has full foliage. On the left half at the top of the tree, there are a lot of apples. On the right half of the tree at the top, there's very few apples. Now, below the tree to the left and to the right, there are 2 individuals that are holding both of their arms out. in an attempt to catch fruit. On the left, there's an apple falling out of the tree that will presumably fall into the arms of the person beneath it. On the right, there is nothing falling out of the tree, and the individual has a question mark above the head. Now, inequality is pretty self-explanatory, but to be explicit, in this case, one person is reaping all the benefits of the fruit falling from the tree, while the other person is getting little to none of it. Now, in the bottom left quadrant, equality with the question mark is in bold text, and it is subtitled Evenly Distributed Tools and Assistance. Now, keeping the previous image description in mind, there are a few changes here. There are now two equally sized ladders to the left and the right of the tree, and the individuals are standing on top of the ladder, and they both have side bags that they're using to store the fruit. Now, on the left, the ladder is tall enough to have the person reach into the tree and pull the fruit and put it into the bag. Now, for the person on the right, even though the ladder is on the same height, because of that lean in the tree, they can't reach into it to get the fruit to put it in the bag, and they have an exclamation mark of surprise above their head. Now, equality is equal tooling and assistance. This does not take in consideration the varying needs of different communities and the fact that the system is making it harder for them to gain access to the resources that they need. Now, in the top right quadrant, equity is in bold text, and it's subtitled Custom Tools that Identify and Address Inequality. Now, the key difference here is that the person on the right, their ladder is now much taller, and they're now able to get into the tree and harvest fruit into their side bag. Now, equity is about providing appropriate tools of access to resources, but systemically there may still be a lack of resources, and in this case, the right side of the tree at the top still has very little fruit in it. On the bottom right, justice is in bold text, and it is subtitled Fixing the System to Offer Equal Access to Both Tools and Opportunities. Now, the two ladders here, one to the left and one to the right, are now at the same height again, with two people standing on top. The key difference here is that the tree is now straight up, and you see two pieces of wood planks that are propping up the tree to the left to help straighten it, as well as wire that is pointed down towards the right to help straighten it as well. The other difference here is that the tree at the top has equally distributed apples, and both people are harvesting fruit from the tree. Now, here, justice is about fixing the system, and in this case, the crooked tree, such that everybody has equal access to the same amount of resources. So now that we have a better understanding of some of these terms, let's ask why justice matters over something like equity. When we are putting in solutions for barriers in the game, we're treating a symptom as opposed to the cause. Just like equality, while providing tools to gain access to resources, it does not mean that the resources are still equal. Like in the previous picture in the page, we'll remember that the apples were all still on one side of the tree. Justice means dealing with the problems that are caused by an ism. And where accessibility work is involved, the root of the problems we face there is because of ableism. By taking a holistic approach in dealing with the problems at a systemic level and providing justice, you're going to improve access for many more people. So here are some examples where we can talk about doing the basic band-aid fixes for barriers versus solutions that may be addressing systemic issues. Keep in mind, all of these are still works in progress by the game development community, and these are not necessarily the end-all solution for a given problem, and there's just notable steps forward. One example would be subtitles in game to present dialogue to people who do not have audio on or cannot hear, which certainly addresses the problem. However, one underlying issue here with deaf players who happen to use sign languages is the pretty common fact that most sign languages, if not all, don't have a written form, and you'll often find they must cross what is effectively a language divide to be able to read and understand the subtitles. So instead of focusing on just the audible portion of the problem, focusing on the language portion of the problem addresses what is an access barrier in a more equitable way for those who may not be able to read in the text language. But it also provides them access to the audio that's in the game as well. Another example would be the evolution from basic compliance of having menu navigation narration for games and moving towards full narration in games. Now, this is definitely still a work in progress in ensuring full equitable access to information and experiences in games, but there have been major advancements in the last few years. There's been innovation recently in the area of communication options, where people have looked at different options and approaching some of the fundamental problems with communication in multiplayer games. A good example of this would be Apex and the ping tool. That tool eliminates the need to have a clunky user experience between voice and text, where you have to implement text-to-speech or speech-to-text and worry about the fidelity and the accuracy of that. The ping tool provides and addresses a more systemic issue by providing both the visual and the audible portion of the prompt that anybody happens to be using the tool, and eliminates the need for an awkward user experience. So let's first talk about game developers, what you can do from both the work side of things as well as the individual side of things. So let's first talk about the work. Look at your own processes and tools that are used. Consider where the processes may be reinforcing systemic problems. For example, are you frequently treating accessibility requests as a lower priority work item, even if you eventually end up doing them, than other work items? Are your tools making adding narrator text to UI unwieldy, leading to a cycle of frustration and slow turnaround by developers? Sometimes we can over-engineer the processes here, and simpler may be better. Are some of the design patterns being used inherently flawed? We need to sometimes take a step back and look at whether what we've been taught is based on a flawed system or upon bad assumptions. A good example of questionable design would be color filter to address colorblind barriers in games. There are sometimes solutions that the industry has converged on that are not the best solution. Don't be afraid to do research to see if there are other options or ideas that may work better. It's going to take a lot of time to enact all these changes and a lot of effort from everyone involved in this work at all levels in your organization. This kind of work takes a lifetime and it never really ends as we all evolve as people. It is important to call out here that you can't just expect to pull someone in at the end of your project near launch and expect them to be able to fix all of your problems. This is a reinforcement of the system that is putting them at a disadvantage in the first place. If the systemic issues are not addressed at the beginning, then you will reinforce those in your games either consciously or otherwise. People say that nobody cares about equity until it becomes their problem. Don't be one of those people. We will fuck up. It's inevitable. The important thing to remember is to take responsibility, learn from your mistakes, and do better next time. Now let's talk about what you can do. It is important to understand that making changes may lead to some deeply uncomfortable realizations and conversations with your peers. Discomfort as part of social justice work is normal. Remember to acknowledge the discomfort and use it as a tool to reflect and unpack your biases, assumptions, or any top behaviors as part of your learning. You will always need to be teaching yourself and learning about the different issues the community face. It is a warning for me to not lay the burden of education on the community and instead bear the burden of learning yourself wherever possible. It is okay to not know the answer. I know I don't sometimes, and not everything will have a clear and immediate answer. What is important is to take the journey towards understanding. All of this work cannot happen in isolation. You must engage with the entire community to understand the issues before you can properly begin to approach the problem. You will not know what you don't know, so it is especially important here that the community be involved with any work that attempts to address their issues. Now, let's go to the other side of the equation for those who consult and advocate within the space. Now, as consultants and advocates, we are not exempt from doing the work. We need to be aware of our own communities that we are representing and ensuring that we understand what the community wants and reflect that accurately. Needs evolve and change over time, and we should also have a good idea of the full spectrum of experiences within the community. We need to look at our own community traumas to better understand how we can respond to those in the future if we are asked how to address them. We have our own internalized biases that we've been taught, learned either from inside or outside of the community, and we need to be aware of those, so we don't let those leak into the work that we do. It is important to remember that we educate people. We don't mandate them to do things. At the end of the day, we have the right to make statements about what will or won't work for us, but it is a community of people that needs to make the decision, not one single person. I know I get quite annoyed when people try to speak on my behalf. Just like I mentioned about being a community of people, what works for you does not necessarily work for all, and you will oftentimes need to remind the people that you work with of this fact to ensure proper consideration is given. We need to resist the temptation to advise on areas outside our expertise or domain knowledge. I know we all want to help each other, but as the saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So when you are asked about topics that do not pertain directly to your area of expertise, try cautiously and make it clear that asking someone else may be necessary. You're not exempt from self-care either. Being an advocate or a consultant is exhausting work, and it does take a community to do this work, so you cannot and should not expect to solve the world's problems by yourself and burn out because of it. Find the people who do the work same work as you, and build your bridges with them. These people will be invaluable when you need the support after a particularly trying day, and can also understand the shared struggle. When the time comes that you'll need to step back or take a break, you'll know who can do the work and share the mantle of labor. Here are some pitfalls to be aware of or to avoid. One of the more complex topics in justice is around intersectionality. For those of you who may be new to that term, intersectionality realizes and recognizes that we all have different identities that impact us differently. Our experiences are not a monolith, and you should take care not to reduce us to one. A lot of us have heard the term safe space when having these types of learnings or conversations. However, there is a major pitfall here. I must pose the following question to you. Does the concept of a safe space exist? It may exist in some respects, but it is important to acknowledge, like I mentioned earlier, that these are things that sometimes are deeply uncomfortable to confront. The discomfort will negate the principle of a safe space, so it's important to be sure to not weaponize a safe space to avoid confronting the issues. Tone policing also falls under this type of category. Remember that sometimes anger is an appropriate form of expression. However, it's also important to remember the paradox of tolerance. Tolerance is not a given. It is a peace treaty, and you should treat it as such. One important exercise that I ask people to do is to avoid using the word but. But used in a statement as a rebuttal and a dismissal of what someone is trying to tell you. I'm not saying that you can't use the word, but I'm instead asking you to reflect why you might be potentially dismissing a comment someone has made before responding, as an exercise to ensure that you're thinking through your response, make sure you heard them, and that you're understanding the other person. Impact versus intent is an important point to cover. When someone might be upset in response to something I or you did, it is important to remember that your intent at that point no longer matters. There was a real impact to whoever may be involved, and we need to acknowledge that and understand the other person's perspective to learn how to move forward. Perfection is also not an attainable goal. Do not let this ideal distract you from doing the work. Progress is important, and it cannot be held back due to perfection. As an idea, it does not exist, and needs will vary, and it is not possible to meet everyone's needs at one time. In the end, I think it is better to make some progress than none. We've all probably heard this one before, but it bears repeating. Compliant is not accessible. It is also not just. We must remember that the systems that are causing the problems are the ones that are putting in place regulations that deem what is good enough, but does not actually create a just system. You will also frequently find that they do not necessarily look to the community to decide what is necessary. Here's a very short list of some related reading and videos to watch on this subject. I will make sure that this is shared in both the Discord channel for this talk as well as the YouTube description. So if you are interested in any of these resources, please take a look at either one of those two for ease of access. Through all of this, keep in mind that this is not a one and done thing. Like this picture here of a small plant growing from a dead tree trunk. We will always be growing and learning as humans, and if we are seeking out other perspectives and learning from people, we can strive to be better to our fellow humans. At the end of the day, conversation is part of justice, and I welcome you to join. Thank you.
This is definitely one of the talks that gets the Discord hopping. Lots of conversation happening in there. There are so many things that I think, number one, a lot of us related to in that talk. And then at the same time, so many of us got to learn new ways to think about what we're doing. I actually really liked just in the Discord, Morgan had said, I feel like this in this mindset should be required for anyone working in this type of field, because so many of the things covered are really important to our work and what we do. But, you know, there are a few things in here that I think are really important takeaways. Like, you're not going to have overnight results. You know, when you're doing a lot of this work, it's really easy for people to forget a lot of things we just talked in here about. Like, they weren't tech, they were culture, they were mindsets. And you have to gradually change that over time to then see the end result in your product. Like a big thing that I always see people fail about is they really want to work on making an accessible product. And so they start doing tech investments, which will not carry on going forward because the culture hasn't changed. And so you have to make those investments. And, you know, part of that change is the discomfort that got mentioned. And, you know, it's good to acknowledge that sometimes discomfort is normal, especially in this space. And Brandon made a comment in the Discord as well, that sometimes it's not your discomfort, but you're hitting barriers with other people not being ready to acknowledge their own discomfort yet. And so you have to be able to balance where you are versus where other people are. But, you know, through engaging with the community, you can learn a lot. And there were two things that Michael started touching on at the end that I absolutely loved. The first was that progress was progress. I always joke that I need a soundboard at work because I say like the same things over and over. And one of the things I say is incremental progress is still progress. You are still going forward. If you go forward a little bit today, you can go forward a little bit tomorrow, and you will have moved forward. And that is okay. Incremental progress is progress. And the other thing he had talked about, was just making something good. And the other thing I say all the time, and I think I heard Max say it once, I don't know where he got it, but don't let perfect be the enemy of good. If you can start making something good, don't just quit because it's not perfect, because you're probably making incremental progress, which is still progress. And those are two things I repeat all the time. And the other thing he touched on that I just want to reinforce that, compliance is not accessible. My biggest pet peeve in the entire world is when people talk about, oh, accessibility beyond compliance. No, you're not accessible if you're being compliant. So if you say accessibility beyond compliance, you mean, oh, we're just starting to do accessibility because we've only done compliance. So if I could do one thing in the world, it would be to strike the phrase accessibility beyond compliance from literally everyone's brain, because compliance is not accessible. But you know what? We don't need to end on a negative note like that. I mean, yes, my internal rage is fueled, just like you, Elizabeth. I saw that you are ready to go for the next 6 months now that you're getting your GaConf rage fuel. And I know a lot of us do that. We go from GaConf to GaConf, letting it recharge our batteries. But it is time for a break. But we have an announcement. So we have talked about it in the email and the Discord. We are going to be offering, by we, I mean Bryce Johnson, tours of the Inclusive Tech Lab today after the event. Now, we only have 30 available slots, and there are clearly more than 30 of you here. So I expect a brawl to choose the winners. But if you don't want to fight, I guess just the first 30 people to sign up at registration will have the reservation. So please take the time over the break if you're interested to sign up. And with that, we will take our first morning break. We will be back here at 10:50. And everyone online, I better start seeing more pictures. All right? More pictures, more pets. It fuels me. All right. See you after the break. 2-minute warning. Mosey back to your seats. 2-minute warning. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. All right. So if you know anything about me, you know that I absolutely love horror games and just all things spooky. And if you know anything about Morgan and I jointly, you know that we did a talk on accessible horror games. Now, one of us has been lucky enough to move on to actually work on a horror game. I still have not, and I'm not bitter. But with the work that Morgan's been able to do at EA and with Christian, who is also our next speaker, they've been able to, with the studio, make some amazing improvements in Dead Space, which is an absolutely fantastic game. Love it. And we're going to learn all from them. Just enough. Dead Space, horror, and player choice.
Hi everyone, today we will be discussing Just Enough, Dead Space, Horror, and Player Choice for this year's Game Accessibility Conference North America 2023. We will be discussing today the inclusion considerations that were taken into account for Motive's Dead Space for the remake that came out earlier this year. We will be discussing gore mitigations, so the content warnings, hiding disturbing scenes, and so on. We will structure this into the why we did it, what we did, how we did it, and then from there, what's next. But before we dive into this, we do want to point out that Dead Space is a gory and violent game, and though we will be discussing today mitigation related to hiding disturbing scenes and content warnings and such, we do want to give a heads up that this game does have blood and it does have gore. And that's hard to avoid when discussing these conversations today. And so we will have a little exclamation point icon that we will have on slides when there might be some blood or some gory aspects of the games, and we will try to verbalize that too as well. But we do just want to give that quick heads up before we dive into it. So without further ado, let's do some very quick introductions. I'll pass it over to Christian, who will talk about himself.
Thanks, Morgan. So I'm Christian Simon. I started a while ago as a UI designer when it meant way more than just UI designer now. It was part GD, part UX, part UI, part technical designer. And I worked on numerous titles, especially in the Assassin's Creed brand, on the For Honor game, and more recently on Star Wars Squadrons. That all led me eventually to have my own experience design team, where I'm the director on the Iron Man project at EA's.
And I'm Morgan Baker, and I'm a game accessibility lead here at EA. I am a game accessibility specialist, inclusive designer, and I've been working in this broader realm of inclusion for a number of years now. I've worked with like Xbox, Exploding Kittens, Netflix games, so many more. And it's really exciting too to be doing this talk today. I was joking with Christian earlier because one of the last times I presented at this conference, I was talking about accessible and inclusive horror, co-presenting along with a couple other lovely folks. And so it's really, I feel like I'm coming full circle today with this talk. So excited to be here and chat about my two favorite things, which is inclusion and horror games. Moving on then, we're going to dive right into the why did we do this? And to give the very fast summary, games are for everyone, and horror games are no exception. In fact, the Dead Space team actually took inclusion into consideration very early from the get-go and beginning to consider how can they make the game more approachable and inclusive to more players. In fact, we can kind of take a look at some of the settings and options that are in the game right now. The remake expanded on its options with a more robust subtitle suite. It has additional control remapping and sensitivity capabilities. It has input alternatives, such as like swapping sprint and aim to a toggle, as well as single press QuickTime events. And there's stuff by design too. We were often leveraging legacy design when doing this. Keep in mind, the game is a game that has already existed, and this is a remake. But a good example of this would be the locator lines as a perfect prime example where it helps kind of guide players on where to go. Of course, as always, there's room for improvement, but the inclusive design between the original game and the remake is objectively evident. And as an aside, I'm quite proud of the team for all the work that they did and accomplished, because I know that this is a very large lift, and I'm appreciative of it selfishly, but as well as I know that this is just great for the community to make the game more accessible in general. But for inclusive design, why did we consider adding player choice like gore mitigation, content warnings, hiding disturbing scenes? Why did we consider this? And so it's kind of broken down into three things. The first and most apparent is that it extends to more players. When setting to make the remake itself, a big primary goal was we want more people to play the game. How can we make, though, a horror game more inclusive to everyone? Or I like to flip this question a lot. How is this specific horror game being exclusionary? Broad questions like this have come up even before mine and Christian's time on the franchise. And so the game team wanted to focus on allowing more players to enjoy the game. The original thinking being we want to extend to not just horror fans, but action and adventure enthusiasts as well. And so through lots of research, we found that people actually liked the puzzles and the story arc that the plane has to offer, or the game has to offer, but they're not maybe not the most extreme aspects were very fun for them, and the more disturbing moments that maybe go beyond the typical thresholds. And so we wanted to extend to more players. The next two from here is we wanted to provide our players with agency and player choice. Inclusive design can offer choice when a single design solution cannot account for all user needs and preferences. That's a chunky sentence that often came up often for us. And to be clear, Dead Space is a horror game with violence and gore. Jump scares is part of the combat. Literally, the fundamental gameplay involves like dismembering bodies. That's like literally part of the first-person shooter or third-person shooter. It's horror is a pillar, but just because something is a game pillar doesn't mean we shouldn't consider inclusive design. So the solution here was providing agency and player choice, and this is often something that we discussed throughout the considerations. So giving players the choice to stay informed, whether it's inside or outside the game, the choice on whether they want to experience certain content, or considering things outside the game, such as like what type of horror is in this game versus within the game, to keep them informed and have that agency. So that's their second one. And then the last, and maybe the most important, is inclusive design is just good design. I say this really often, and I know Christian does as well. When we talk a lot about inclusion, we know that being inclusive is just good for the product. Horror mitigation does have a specific set of players in mind, but it does extend to many. And we know that this is true too, because this type of work has been considered for decades. We have Valorant, which has the turning off blood. We have Soma, which has a safe mode. We have Assassin's Creed, where you can adjust sensitive content. You have Chicory and Inkenfell that has content warnings, and so on. The list goes on forever. So it's really something, and it's evident through the constant presence in our industry, that this is actually good for the product. And we want to consider how to make games more inclusive through this good design principle. So we went to the drawing board using user insights and, different types of research, collaborating with devs and experts alike. We brainstormed many ideas that we will talk about today to bridge this gap. There are tons of ideas that came up, many inspired even by some of our own experiences and others generated through player feedback. So we're going to dive into then the what we did, the how we did, and what's next from there. I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Christian. He's going to begin with the what.
Thanks. So what did we do in regard of what Morgan just talked about? Well, we started first with out-of-game initiatives to consider basically the whole player's journey and from outside the game to the game itself. So outside the game, efforts were made for to warn the players about the content warning and what to expect in the game. So that's even before they engage into the game to make sure that everybody's aware. In game, what we did, as was mentioned briefly earlier, is we provided content warning during the boot flow. So this was as precise as possible without being spoilery too much. And we provided a QR code that would lead you directly to the web page that I just mentioned. Also, we had, of course, accessibility options regarding the disturbing scenes and the content warning and the features themselves. So with that, which we're going to talk about in a second, content warning and the hiding of the disturbing scenes. Now, how did we do it? Well, first of all, it needs to be mentioned that this is a team effort. As many of you already know, game features always are a team effort. It needs more than one department to do it. This is true for this features also. So here we definitely had a bunch of people in game design, UX, technical design, the level designers, technical artists, UI, QA. There's also audio in there that's not there, but as you can imagine, there's a lot of people involved. So how did we settle on the disturbing scene features? Well, we start proposing features in different area of the game. The first one was dismemberment mitigation. So features that were tackling that specific aspect of the game. Also, we had proposals for blood and gore visuals and some about disturbing scenes.
Yeah, and with this as well, a lot that was taken into consideration was thinking about features that would have an extremely high reach and an extremely high impact for the player personas that we have in mind for this. And so that's where the three of these things kind of came up through using that user research, through those insights, as well as leveraging the philosophies of, do these features reach people and how impactful are they? And these are the three that came up.
So yeah, actually that's a good segue, because we had to put those proposals against the production reality. So while the ideas were all good in their way, getting mitigation features like this in the game was not a simple process. We had to consider capacity. Do we have the people and the time to make the feature? We had to put that against the scope of the game. Does it mean a completely refactor of what is already there when we want to put those features in, or is it simpler than that? And also priority. Production, especially a remake, usually has a shorter production, which was the case here, than a regular or even a new IP, say. So we needed to make sure to prioritize this feature against the others. So what that meant was that in regard of those three sets of proposal, we figured that dismemberment mitigation was very high, had a very high impact on gameplay. Of course, it was the core of the game. And also it meant major code refactoring. For the blood and gore visuals, it was affecting a lot of department. We have blood and gore in the gameplay, but also on the walls, in cinematics. So a lot of departments were affected, and a lot of rework or refactoring of some of those existing pipelines that were already there needed to be addressed. On the disturbing scenes part, we needed, one of the challenge there was to identify what was disturbing in an already potentially disturbing game. And we knew that those scenes would need manual interventions to be able to work properly. It was not a automated process for sure. So in the end, we had to settle on the disturbing scenes for the reasons I mentioned. Those were the disturbing scenes basically resisted the production reality examination. All right, so what is a disturbing scene? We had to establish a razor. What are the scenes we should hide or warn people about? And how to establish that in a disturbing game that has horror as a game pillar. So on one side, we have horror as a game pillar, and minute-to-minute gameplay is very violent. I mean, we have dismemberment. So what was the next step for us? What was the razor? How would we approach that?
And so the question is then, what makes the violence and gore more acceptable is the setting and the targets of the violence itself. And so first of all, we have to say realistic style. It has a very realistic style, but it's still a fantasy. And it has a sci-fi setting with impossible creatures. And so what we did is we narrowed in when discussing disturbing scenes to be violence towards humans. And this includes self-inflicted or otherwise related. In fact, we often talked about these violence towards humans and why we picked this. And we really settled on it's important because it hits closer to home and it's difficult to aspects of reality and the things that we experience in real life. And so we focus a lot on, there's lots of gore, lots of violence, but let's focus on the violence towards humans itself when evaluating these disturbing scenes. And so the list of disturbing scenes and events with this razor itself, we took into consideration cinematic moments, the next being hiccups with database and logs, and then last being a player's death sequence itself. And we converted this into 38 events with violence towards humans, which is a lot of events and not particularly surprising for this game. So moving from there then, we took into consideration a scene score itself, giving ourselves a very simple scoring of a 1 through 3, where 1 mentions sensitive content and 3, it's directly experiencing the content, whether it's through gameplay or watching a cutscene. And then from there, we took into consideration a gruesome score, they called it. Again, a simple 1 to 3, where the 1 is typical for this game, typical level of blood and gore. I have to say for this game because every game has different thresholds, so we worked that out. Versus 3 being like excessive, like tons of blood, tons of gore, and very, very disturbing. And we then converted this into what we called it's hard to say, disturbedness rating to basically help us understand what scenes were more or less disturbing. Of course, this is a little subjective here, and we did have a lot of interactive discussions on, well, this scene maybe doesn't meet perfectly, but maybe we bump up, bump down, and so on. But this was just to help us stay grounded and consistent. And you can see here too, we're applying the scores to each scene and resulted in a disturbedness for each event. So we have the scene score, we have the gruesome score converted together into that kind of rating to help us kind of say which things should we be including. And so from there, we applied the scores to each of the scenes, had the events, and we focused on the things that scored a 5 and 6, which were considered in our minds egregious in terms of disturbing content. We didn't focus on the 2 through 4 because we were trying to avoid being intrusive and also keep it within scope as well. But even then for the 5 through 6, of that giant number of things, it was still a large number. We had 22 most disturbing elements, which, again, not surprising for this game. But that's where we narrowed in from there.
So how did we integrate those feature in the game? So as Morgan mentioned, we had disturbing scenes, we had pickups in consoles or data logs, basically, that you can pick up or witness, and we had players' death sequence. So let me go through each of those and tell you exactly how that panned out. So first of all, here's your first icon for upcoming disturbing content. The following video that I'm going to show is the in-game disturbing scenes that introduce one of the creatures in Dead Space, and one of the crew member gets brutally killed by it. There's not going to be any visual mitigation for it. We want to show without, and I'm going to explain afterward. And afterward, I'm going to show the version of that video with the mitigation options on, but the first one doesn't have that. So you are warned.
And we'll have audio off for this as well. So if you want to look away, don't worry about that. I will describe very briefly what's happening though on the screen, but I won't include the dirty details. So here we have Isaac, and he's walking down a hallway. He turns left and sees a room. There's a glass panel behind, and someone's begging for help. An enemy is behind him and brutally killing them. Isaac's comrade has passed away.
So now, and by the way, this is about the only time we're going to do this for the other features. I'm not going to show a before and after, just going to show the before, and then I'm going to show a breakdown of the after, but you'll see. So this is the next video is the same scene, but with active mitigation options. Still no sound.
So here we're in the same corridor. Isaac walks down. A content warning appears that says the upcoming section contains depictions of a bloody death. Isaac turns the corner, and in the same spot where the previous person we saw has passed away, instead there's a blurred image obscuring what's happening on screen. The captions still indicate that the scientist is calling for help. Isaac's comrade is dead again. Almost like it's the name of the game, Dead Space.
Exactly. So to break it down, so first of all, what we had to do is set a large zone around those scenes. So those were needed to be manually placed around a scene and far enough so that you, as a user, as a player, you'd have time to actually see the warning, read it, without being in danger, first of all, but also without encountering the actual scene at the same time. So, and we had to cover all the possible exit or entry points, rather, to that scene. That being said, this is Dead Space. It's not an open world, so there were not too many, but still, it was taken into consideration for some of the scenes. So when those manually placed zone were entered, that's where if you had the option on, you'd get the content warning. The content of that warning would be descriptive enough to give you a fair idea of what to expect, but also not to be too much of a spoiler. And since those scenes were in game, meaning that it's not a cinematic moment where you lose control of the character. You could actually walk around or get another angle of what was happening. It was important that the effect, the blurred effect, was actually also a zone on top of the scene. So you could actually circle, if you could, add circle around the character and get the same effect. And the blurred effect was the one chosen because it fit a bit more the narrative here. It was better than pixelated, say, or just a black square. So that's why the blurred effect was chosen. And then when you get out of the scene, the gameplay would resume without the blurred effect because you could encounter enemies in there, so you didn't want to have any blurred effect on top of your gameplay events or if you were starting to fight. So yeah. Next is the pickups and consoles. So you can in Dead Space you can encounter consoles or pick up items that would provide you a video log or audio log of event that happened on the ship. Some of them were problematic because we identified them as disturbing. So what you're going to see here is a video showing the witness actually showing the death of the captains in a gruesome way. So this is this hasn't any mitigation option.
So Isaac's entering a room. He picks up a video log. The video log plays. Characters are chatting back and forth. A character struggles, the others hold them back. They brutally assault the other character.
All right. So here I'm going to be describing the breakdown of what the mitigation options are. So what we did here was set up a small zone. So it's the same idea than before, but it's a smaller zone around the object or the console that was affected, where we show the content. So same idea. We talk about what's upcoming in the video log or the console when you activate it. To note also that those two options, the disturbing scene, the high disturbing scene, and the content warning, are two different features. So they could be toggled separately or together. Here I'm showing together. So when you do play it, but if you have the high disturbing scene option on, you wouldn't see the content warning. Yeah, you wouldn't see the scene. You'd see the content warning. Another thing that that we did was, since those video logs were stocked into your database, it was important to have the same feature accessible through the database. So when you'd go into the database, you'd go over that entry, like here, Captain's Fate, you'd see visually a content warning label, but also the content warning at the top right of the screen.
Also, I want to jump in and say as an aside that this is a great example of how the game team had to constantly think of, I don't want to call it like a pitfall, but like where this mitigation also needs to be considered in moments just like, oh, wait, players can replay this. We need to make sure that this feature is also associated. And so this is just like a constant thing, and goes back to what Christian mentioned earlier, where it took a village to do this because lots of folks were constantly thinking about these mitigation and how to make sure that it's holistic and has full coverage.
Very true. it's not a surprise. So when you'd watch the video log again in the menus, you'd have the same effect. All right, the last case is the player's death. So again, I'm going to show a video of Isaac being attacked by a necromorph and he's getting killed. And this scene is without any mitigation option.
Yeah, it's particularly brutal.
It's fairly brutal.
So Isaac's getting attacked by an enemy who is essentially Isaac has to smash A to escape. In this case, that's not happening for the sake of showing the cutscene. And the enemy does brutally murder Isaac in this instance with lots of blood, lots of gore.
Here I'm going to break down the player's death mitigation options. It's a bit different in this case because we don't have a zone around, we don't need a zone like the other features. However, all the player's death are fairly gruesome. The one we showed in the video is actually one of the mild one where he just falls and the necromorph is on top of him. But especially during bus fights or even other time, there's a lot going on and it's fairly brutal. So when he gets attacked, here the thing is, just before he dies, it's very violent, but you can always get out of it. If you press A, smash A, you can get out of it. So there's no death involved. So it's fairly violent, but there's no mitigation option for that part. It's when the player dies, when he's reached 0 health, that's when there's a black screen hiding the cinematic, the death sequence, and there's a content warning that shows up telling you that there's a graphic death scene occurring right now. And then afterward, we resume gameplay as usual. So going forward.
So where does this leave us then? How does this work continue going forward? And did we actually succeed? And what more can be done? Those are a lot of questions that we had after doing this work. And so the ultimate conclusion of did we succeed in our goal is it's not a perfect implementation, but that's okay because it's part of the journey. So when we looked into different insights and looking into data, we found that for those who did benefit from this feature, the sentiment and usage was fair. In fact, for the content warning page, which is the www.com page itself that details the warnings and the available mitigation that players can use, when it was on launch, it had 10,000 unique players right after launch, which we were chatting about, like, was that good? That's bad. And that's fairly decent given that you can only access the page through either a direct link or a QR code. It's on par with what we would expect there. Also, too, in terms of the content warning feature itself, it was used by over 30,000 players after launch, with many also opting into the hiding disturbing scenes as well. Because keep in mind, those are separate features. And so a lot of people clicked on the content warning and some clicked on the hiding disturbing scene in addition to that. Quite frankly, given how difficult it is to benchmark something like this, especially in the context that this is a very, very gory game with lots of violence and knowing its audience, we were pleasantly surprised by this usage. And we do know it's a continuous journey. And if this feature even helped just one player, we consider that a win. And we did find that it did help players. We had players reach out saying, I'm part of the target audience, love this feature, I was using it all the time. There's actually an article that was written by Grant Stoner, which mentions implementing these options didn't detract at all from the core themes of the game, fear, helplessness, and the general sense of isolation, which is great because we were trying to balance the whole aspect that horror is a pillar, but we want to make this, you know, something available. And so it's good that we were getting that balance where he finishes off saying that it's clear there was a clear effort to welcome the often underrepresented group of players, which we're glad that that was evident. And we did see players reach out with sentiment as well. We did also find that the design did extend to many, even though we had a specific base in mind when considering this design. We had tons of people, the most surprising, but in retrospect, not surprising, it was streamers reaching out saying that the feature was super helpful for them. Because if you're familiar with streaming like a horror game, especially if you're a variety streamer, is like a high risk thing because not everyone wants to watch a horror game. But having this horror and having this ability to hide disturbing scenes, a ton of streamers found it very, very helpful. And so that was a pleasant surprise, and I think a good indication of inclusive design in the sense of design for one extent to many. Glad that that helped those folks as well. But can we conclude then that this design was effective? And that's a bit hard to track and measure, but the simple conclusion again is that not perfect, but it's a continuous journey. Inclusive design means constant iteration, learning from our players, others, and our larger community to better understand how we can make our games less exclusionary. And inclusion doesn't just happen overnight. We focus on making these strides, celebrating the wins, and reflecting on what more we can do. And we do have to also point out that we did notice some people didn't always quite get the feature, especially if you like followed online. There was like some confusion, like, well, isn't Dead Space like a horror game? Why was this taken into consideration? And that's okay. You heard this talk today on why we considered it. And of course, it's not perfect, but it's meant to be a stepping stone, and it's all about that iteration and improvement. So going forward, we do hope to continue doing better and honing in on our inclusion craft. And we hope that by sharing our methods and learnings with everyone today, others will be inspired to continue to do the same. Thanks. So thank you so much for coming out today. If you want to learn more, you can check out, we have ea.com/accessibility, which I'll make sure to post in the Discord chat, as well as ask the folks over. If you're watching this on YouTube, we'll have it in the description as well. But we appreciate you all coming out to chat with us here today about this. And I want to give a huge shout outs to Christian and his team for this hard, incredible inclusion work and just pushing the boundaries once again.
Thanks, Morgan. It was a pleasure anyway, and it was good to work with you again.
Oh, thank you so much to Morgan and Christian. You know, one of the things about horror is, you know, yes, it's supposed to be scary, but so much about what is in horror isn't necessarily about what you see. It's about how you feel. And obviously, we also need to be, as Morgan was saying, allow players to make informed decisions about how much of that they want to engage in. Because just because people can't handle one part doesn't mean they don't actively crave to be terrified in every other way. Accessibility in the horror space and stuff like this is something I'm super, super passionate about as someone who loves horror games. Because as we said previously, everybody deserves a good scare. And it's October, so it's like extra appropriate. So with that, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back at 11:30 with our first panel of the conference. All right. So at every GaConf, we always have two panels. One panel is from the perspective of players, and one is from the perspective of developers. This year, I got to be one of the players. Normally, every talk I give is from the perspective of the developer, but I am someone who suffers from motion sickness. And so I was lucky enough to be joined by three amazing panelists to talk about being seasick in cyberspace and what it's like to navigate video games when you suffer from sim sickness. This was hysterical, and it was so hard to edit it down to 45 minutes. But let's check out whatever I didn't cut. Hello, everyone. I'm really excited because here at GaConf, we always have a panel where people talk about their lived experience as players and what impacts them. And this panel is something very near and dear to my heart, or should I say stomach. This is the panel on motion sickness, sim sickness in video games, getting seasick in cyberspace. I am lucky enough to be joined by three amazing people today who are all here to share their experiences. But first, I'm going to introduce myself. So hello, I am Tara Velker, she, her, and I'm going to be moderating this panel. And if you're watching this live in person, then you've been listening to me chat all day. I am joined by Leon the cat, he, him, who will just be offering his 2 cents pretty much constantly. And this is why he has his own Discord emote, because he is very, yeah, I know, sim sickness really does suck. But it's not about me, it's not about Leon, it's about our amazing panelists today. So I'm going to call on each of them and give them the chance to introduce themselves. Jay, I'm gonna start with you.
Oh boy. Hi, I'm Jay Justice. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a game developer, cosplayer, content creator, editor, and consultant who also works in comics, literature, and games. My experience with sim sickness is just object misery from anything that involves a flight simulator or any game where you kind of feel like the perspective is leaving your own control and you don't see things as normally as you would. Like, it's not straight up and down, it can be any direction. The minute that starts happening, it's all downhill for me personally. And we'll get more into that later.
And we all have so many thoughts, and we're going to get some of those thoughts from Sam. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Sam McDaniel, she, her, and I am a quality lead at Xbox Game Studios, focusing on accessibility. Super excited to be here. My experience with sim sickness has been a long road and journey. There are a lot of experiences, video games that trigger it, and I also suffer from chronic migraines, which, depending on any collection of external factors, could also trigger sim sickness. So, yeah.
I mean, I think for so many people, if you've got one thing, you probably got another thing that makes the first thing worse. Kind of a common theme. And finally, we are joined by Chad. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. My name is Chad Boughton. Pronouns are he, him. I am a blind accessibility advocate and consultant. I am also the host of the disability podcast, The Unsighted Radio. And as of this week, I became the marketing director for Adapt IT, which is an amazing assistive technology company based out of Gloucester, England. So lots of fun stuff going on for me. But what's not fun about me is I got motion sickness when it comes to gaming and just in real life.
Yeah, actually, I think we kind of hit on a high level. Obviously, everyone here experiences motion sickness, but I know everyone's experience is a little bit different. So why don't we just start with kind of describing our personal experience with motion sickness in video games and kind of the symptoms you experience. I'll just go first. So for me, when I experience motion sickness in video games, it normally starts with like a mild dizziness. Like I know that I'm gonna have problems if I start getting dizzy when I play. And there's kind of like a timer after that initial set of dizziness that if I keep playing after I've started to get dizzy, I will get really, really nauseous, like unbelievably nauseous. Luckily now, like if I start to get like, I don't know, it's like a terrible spidey sense for motion sickness. Like if I feel that spidey sense go off, I'm like, I can't play this. I gotta stop now. And I'm able to back away before I vomit. But yeah, it always starts with like something I can literally like feel it in the front of my head. And I'm like, oh, this is bad. But I know that it doesn't start in the head for everyone. So what's everyone else's experiences? Like, feel free to jump on in.
Yeah, so for me, it starts with a headache. So obviously with my limited vision, I've done the bad thing of playing very close to the screen and straining my eyes even more than I should already. But for me, it starts with a headache, and it doesn't like come on immediately. It's kind of like a slow burn. I start feeling it, and I'm like, okay, here it comes. And back before I really knew that it was motion sickness, I was just, a dummy, and I just powered through it and made myself really, really sick. But kind of like yourself, Tara, it's that kind of like that spider sense. It's like, okay, here comes the headache. If I keep going any further, I'm going to get nauseous and most likely want to throw up. So probably need to back away, maybe get some air, or maybe just even stop playing the game. But for me, starts with a headache, then the dizziness, and then the eventual nausea. And sometimes you can even go into like a full-blown migraine, and then I'm just completely fatigued for the rest of the day, maybe even the next day.
Well, Sam, you're someone who does experience migraine. So what is your experience like when you start experiencing motion sickness in games?
Yeah, so mine, it's that spidey sense. Mine starts out similarly to my migraines, where my hearing starts to get a little bit fuzzy, and sometimes it'll completely stop, and it'll almost be like I am in like a vacuum or a bubble. And that's when I know, like, something's going on. And during video games, when that comes, that's usually followed by dizziness and shaking. And then I start to get nauseous. And then if I push through and I don't stop and lie down, or just take a minute, then I could like accidentally trigger a full-blown migraine, which for me can last upwards of 72 hours. And so that's just me being out of commission for multiple days. And absolutely, I feel with migraines and with motion and sim sickness, once it triggers, I have to be really careful for like the next few days, because I feel like I'm more sensitive, more prone to it. So I could just re-trigger and put myself back in that cycle. So yeah.
Yeah, and Jay, I would love to hear about your experience as well, because I know that yours was a little bit different in that, there was something that triggered you to start having motion sickness.
I didn't always have it. So you guys are saying that since you started playing video games that had these kind of features that like cause the sickness, you've always had these problems? Okay. Yeah. So I used to play VR games. Luckily, I had not invested in a VR system, because I'd be so mad now. I've played like Beat Saber and like all these games with my friends would like have me at their house, and I would play stuff with them. And I actually played an alpha and a beta for a game that I really loved that had a really good flight simulator. And then when the game came out, I had, between that time period, like over a year, I had suffered a TBI, a traumatic brain injury. And when I started playing the game, you get into the seat and you start taking off, and then the minute you start moving in like three-dimensional space, all of a sudden I start feeling like really dizzy and disoriented, and like it's hard to focus for me. And I try to like balance the ship out and thinking, oh, I'm having a hard time. But no matter what I do, I feel like I'm spinning, and then I start to feel really nauseous. And I was like, okay, this is not normal. I'm gonna go back to the menu for a second, and then I'll try again. And it kept happening until I had to just like go lie down in a dark room for an hour. And my wife is like, what are you doing? We just got out of the hospital with you with your brain. What are you doing? I'm like, I promise I didn't think this was gonna happen. It wasn't on purpose. I played this game before. You've seen me play it. And so we got into a bit of a fight about it. But long story short, whenever I have a game now that has a flight sim, she's like, you have a 5-minute timer. If you feel anything weird happening with your brain, you're gonna stop before this happens. Yeah, because my injury caused some damage to my optic nerve, and so I have to play close to the screen. If I try to use my TV, it's too far. So I think the combination of not having quite the same brain chemistry as before, and also having to be closer to the screen, and like not being able to deal with as much bright light, like there's a lot of things you have to change once you've experienced like some vision loss, and that you have issues with like any game where there's movement. Like playing Halo is harder now. Playing a lot of like first person games is much harder now. And like I used to be able to play for like 12 hours. I can't do that anymore. I'm happy I can still play some, but I could not like go for as long as I used to. And it just makes it a little bit more difficult. So I have to be a bit pickier with games. And people complain a lot about the newest space exploration games having less space travel than they wanted. But for me, that's what makes it playable, because I don't have to pilot this ship. I'm like, oh, thank God.
You know, I actually love your comments on how like there are certain types of games and there are certain gameplay mechanics that you know are triggering for you. So, you know, what types of video games or gameplay mechanics tend to trigger motion sickness for everyone here? You know, are there specific genres that are a problem or more problematic? Like, I know for me, if a game has really aggressive like head bob in first person, it's vomit town. Like, that's it. I have to like, I have to avoid that or try to find a way to change it. So what's it like for everyone else? Chad, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, so Jay kind of put it pretty well, is when she mentioned, you know, first person shooters like Halo. I used to love playing those games. Like I was big into Call of Duty back when it was like in the Black Ops like 1 and 2 days. And obviously, you know, the more, you know, my vision changed, the more sensitive I got to movement and lights and colors. So anything that has really fast moving camera sways, bobbing, motion blur, that's just all immediate just motion sickness for me. And then anything flight simulator or anything like extreme sports like skateboarding that has a lot of flips and spins and turns, all that stuff's no good for me. And I used to love playing those games. Like I love Tony Hawk, like Underground Skater, and you know, like the Ace Combats. But sadly, just those games and their mechanics are just no longer something that I can stomach. No pun intended.
Somewhere you just made Ian Hamilton very happy. It can't be a game accessibility conference without someone intentionally or unintentionally making puns about this kind of stuff.
Mission accomplished. We can all
Mission
go home.
accomplished. Sam, what about you? Is there anything specifically that you know is like do not cross code, do not collect $200?
Oh yeah. Just like the other folks here, first person, anything first person, I know that if there isn't an option to transition to third person, I likely won't be able to play it, even if I disable motion blur and screen shake, any of that. Like it's still going to be difficult for me to be able to play the game. And then also, you know, a lot of movement, like even if I am in third person, like if the game is on a boat and there's like a swaying or in a car, those tend to also trigger it. And so I tend to stick with titles that I can play like the character is walking, and then also it can be far away in third person.
Hey, I mean, it's safe. And, you know, when we play games, we want to have fun, and you know it's not fun, just feeling sick. So like I know that for me, like I struggle because there's so many first person games that I love that I have to limit myself, because, you know, like everyone said here, once you play enough, like it's just really easy to just keep getting sick. And like I said, head bob, weapon bob are like my absolute worst enemies. Like I always have to have them disabled. And I know one thing we've kind of talked about so far is, you know, Jay had a very unique experience of the traumatic head injury kind of starting her journey on this. But, Chad, you mentioned that yours has gotten worse over time. So I'd like to hear more about, do you think it was age? Do you think it was the games? Like, what do you think is making it worse for you?
So I've always been inclined to motion sickness. Obviously as a kid, I couldn't go on really long car rides. I couldn't do roller coasters or the teacups at Disney because I would just get so sick. And, back in those days, everyone was just, oh, you just have a weak constitution. You just, you have a grumpy stomach. Just really made to feel invalidated to maybe there's something more. And, obviously we just didn't really know at that time that this was actually motion sickness, kind of trying to tell us, hey, this is something you should pay attention to. I think the first time I really started to notice and pay attention to the fact that I may have motion sickness in gaming was when I went off to college in 2011. At that time, Skyrim was the big game everybody was playing, and I was playing it as well. And the first time I played it, nothing wrong. Then I went away from it for a couple of years and came back to it. And I noticed that anytime I was in the first person mode, I would get really bad headaches. And obviously I was just stubborn and oh, whatever. I've just played too much games at this time. Also, my vision was decreasing extremely due to my retinitis pigmentosa, which is obviously a progressive eye condition that leads to blindness. So I kind of just chalked it up to my eyes just getting fatigued more often and easier because of my decreased vision. But every time I went back to the game, I just kept noticing patterns. And, I have OCD, so I like my patterns. I pay attention to those patterns. And I finally realized it's every time I'm in this first person mode, because obviously Skyrim, you can go into third person. And I just started making connections. Okay, maybe it's the fact that I'm in first person mode. And it's making, my brain is thinking I'm actually this actual character in the actual game. And it's experiencing all this swaying, all this motion, all these fast movements. And I just started to put two and two together in realizing that this was motion sickness. And then eventually I was finally able to, get heard by a doctor that believed me because I had a lot of other health conditions growing up. I actually became addicted to painkillers because of the headaches and not knowing that it was for motion sickness. And I ended up giving myself 3 ulcers by the time I was in my early 20s. And so a lot of times doctors thought it was the GERD, it was the ulcers. So again, a lot of invalidating my lived experience and what I was feeling and what I was thinking it could be. And eventually I was able to, find the right doctors that, listened to me and finally sat down and had a serious conversation with me and were willing to believe me when I said, I think I have motion sickness.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could all agree. We could probably have a whole separate panel just about the drama that sometimes people go through with doctors and, being experts on their own bodies. But that's for another day. I think it was, really interesting that it took you a minute to figure out, oh, yes, this is actually motion sickness. And then you can reflect back on, literally having it your whole life. I do think that over time, I've also always had it, but for me, it's really interesting what triggers it. So for example, I could go on the loop-de-est roller coaster, not vomit, put me in the backseat of a car, vomit. And I can't tell you why that happens, but there's something about the backseat, but not on roller coasters.
The roller coaster is closer to God.
That's it.
You're in his hand. You're safe.
Yeah, this is literally Jesus take the wheel. But I think one of the reasons it is becoming more prevalent, one of the things that we just hit on were the types of games that make us sick, first person, any flight sim kind of thing. If we think back to I very rarely got sick as a child playing games. But think about all the games we played as kids. They weren't the game. They weren't in first person. A lot of them were 2D. Like literally, as technology has gotten more advanced, like the industry has just found new ways to make us sick, which is...
We need to go back.
We need to-
Give me back the 8-bit games.
I don't know, that's a great point, though. You know, the move towards the more cinematic, come be in this world kind of experience that a lot of games have kind of moved for, because just the expression of art is just at such a higher level nowadays with all the technology we have with gaming.
Yeah, and it's when what we're seeing is more realistic, it can be more confusing to our brain and just kind of start causing the motion sickness. Sam, how was your experience? Like, has it gotten worse? How's it being tied to your migraines? Like, what's that experience like been over time for you?
Yeah, so I would say totally like you were saying earlier, Tara, when I was growing up, I was always playing like my Game Boy Color. That was my jam. Like that only triggered my motion sickness if I tried to play it in the car, like on road trips. My parents were like, no, absolutely not. So I actually remember like the first time I experienced it in games, I was super excited to play the first Walking Dead game when it came out on my new Xbox that I just got, and that was the game that I bought to play it with. And the combination of the first person and I think the just like the increased immersion, like it was so different from a Game Boy. It was just like an immediate, and that was my first experience, like finding that I experienced like sim sickness to that level. And then that's only gotten progressively worse because of the increased graphics, the audio. I've noticed lately with spatial audio, because my migraines can be tied to like auditory factors and pieces in the environment, that the spatial audio creates almost too much immersion, and that can be a pretty instant sim sickness as well as migraine trigger. So I found that like the typical settings, the reducing motion blur, increasing field of view, and screen shake, those are all great, but if there isn't an option for me to adjust the audio or the visual, then I'm also going to get sick. So that's been an interesting thing for me to discover as I've become more in tune with my body, and then also become more experienced in what I need to access these games.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we've all kind of hit on here is like, when we start getting sick, we do immediately go to the settings menu to figure out what we can adjust. I mean, Sam, you just shared what you go to change. Jay, what's your first go-to when you go to the settings menu?
I'm like, let's bring the graphics down to potato. Let's turn off any kind of motion blur. Let's just remove all of the trickery that's going to convince my brain that I'm actually in this machine, because that's what's causing me to get sick. Because the more they work on getting you immersed in it and making you feel connected to it, the disconnect between your brain and the rest of your body is what causes the feeling of like dizziness for me. That's like, it's so disorienting that I cannot focus on things afterwards. Like it makes it hard to see. Like I feel like I'm looking and everything is just, the episode of Black Mirror where you can block somebody in real life, everything is just that blocked guy where it's just a walking blur of nothingness. So I'm like, yeah, and I think that's my brain's way of saying we have been exposed to too much. We would like to not see anything right now. So you have to just turn it all down. And the end result is that my computer gets less hot. So it's a win-win. And in some cases that does help a lot, and it prolongs the time I'm able to play. But at the end of the day, it's still just kind of a stopgap. So like if you're just trying to reach a point, like if you're working on a game and you just need to get past a certain checkpoint in your schedule or whatever, that will help me play for like maybe 45 minutes more than I would have if I hadn't changed the settings to be less like quick moving and like snapping and like lower frame rate, like things that make it feel like it's moving too fast. Like I honestly consistently buy older TVs than I could get, because the newer TVs, the frame rate is literally too fast, and it kind of makes me dizzy trying to watch my own TV. Like my in-laws were like, oh, can we have your old TV? I'm like, you can have the new TV. I'm keeping my old TV. Like, no, thank you. Right? Like, do you guys find that helps you? Like using older graphics tends to be less triggering for your symptoms as well?
I actually haven't thought about changing my...
It helps me so much.
But I also, I'm a person that when I buy a TV, like that TV better like be near dead if I'm buying a new one. Like, so I think I just naturally use old TV.
We got a bigger apartment, so I was like, okay, we'll get 2 ones. But then we moved to Asia, and I was like, I'm not bringing this TV with me. So I was gonna put one in storage. Like my in-laws were like, "Can we have one?" I'm like, "You can have the new one." Exactly.
I mean,
that's kinder. It'll last them longer anyway.
Exactly. You're just doing the good thing for your family.
Yep.
That's it.
Mind you, they're older, and it's one of those like smart TVs, so they're probably yelling at it right now.
I love that. And I would love just to see a video clip of that because I feel like it would just give me a little joy in my life.
Kill me.
But Chad, how about you? I mean, are those the same settings that you would change? Do you have different needs? What do you look for if you're trying to find this workaround?
Yeah, honestly, a lot of what has been said, I echo, turning down the refreshing rates with the graphics, decreasing the FPS, obviously eliminating camera shake, motion blur. I even go as far as to just like tweak the sensitivity of the controller. Because, just sometimes, you just even just nudge one of those analog sticks and it's just swinging the camera left and right like it's going out of style. So, changing that, and I do really love the trend we're seeing with games where you can slow down the game. Obviously, like off the top of my head, like what Rifts Apart for Ratchet and Clank did, just slowing down the game. Obviously, for me, it's great because I can't, I don't have that great of depth perception anymore or hand-eye coordination. But just being able to just slow things down and not make everything so fast and have all these enemies blurring on the screen or laser flashes going off like crazy. It's just really slowing things down as well is something that I love, and I love seeing continue with accessibility nowadays in gaming.
Yeah, that's an absolutely great call out. And I bet a lot of people don't even think about game speed as an option for people who have issues with, sim sickness. Like, I just don't think a lot of devs think about that. I mean, I'm going to be honest. As a player, I didn't even think about using game speed as something that I could do for my motion sickness. So yeah, that's a really great call out. Now,
I don't know if this was built into the game on purpose, but when I was playing Starfield, you have to worry about piloting and shooting things at the same time and moving the ship in space relatively. So it's like, it's a lot, but at the level I'm currently playing at, the enemy does not shoot you so fast that you can't react. So you don't have to move the ship at lightning speed to do anything. And I somehow managed to survive a space battle. This is more than I can say for like any other game where I had to fly in space. I'm like, this is not bad. Like, you just not having to turn the ship so quickly. So I feel like having games that, whether it's accessibility or not, having a built-in, like, the response time is reasonable and not like you have to be like Lightning McQueen with a controller in your car hands or something to be able to do this is really amazing. I would love more games to consider that when you're making your game. Like, maybe not every player is going to be super quick at every single part of it. Can be something that's thought about when we're designing like combat experiences where you're already having to split your focus so many ways while also being able to move in virtually any direction. Like, it's literally and figuratively dizzying to think about.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. So we've talked about playing on handheld. We've talked about playing on console. So, there's handheld, there's PC, there's VR, there's consoles. How do we feel about all of them? Do some of them make you more sick, less sick? I mean, everyone's shaking their head. So obviously, there probably is one we all agree on that makes us more sick. Okay? If anyone wants to talk about it,
I'm like, who wants to go first and say
it? If you die and go to the bad place, there's VR helmets for everybody.
Okay, so I think we all agree it's VR. But Chad, you had commentary.
Yeah, so I will never forget the first and last time I ever tried VR. It was when Pokemon Sun and Moon was releasing. GameStop did their midnight release, and I went with a friend. And they went all out, they had pizza, they had VR stands. I mean, they were really going all out for Pokemon Sun and Moon. And I was there, and I was very interested in VR. It was obviously still kind of new, and I was like, okay, I'll give this a try. So I went over and tried it, and I think it was some sort of Batman game, like something Arkham or something. And I'll never forget, like, the first thing you are experiencing is you're like all the way on top of like this clock tower. And I have really bad coordination. So like when I walk, I move like left to right. So I'm wobbly. So I'll never forget just like being so up high, just wobbling on the edge of this clock tower, looking down. And I'll never forget, I literally fell on my butt on the asphalt in the driveway of the GameStop. And I was like, you know what? This isn't for me.
No, I don't think
no. I can't imagine Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, none of them in VR. He's swinging on rooftops. Lord.
No.
Yeah. It was just, it's like, okay, you know what? I can at least say I've tried it, but like, again, it's not for me.
Yeah, so the first time I ever played VR, now there are some VR games I can do. Like if it's a VR game where I stand completely still, like in the game, like Beat Saber, I can play Beat Saber, which I absolutely love. Like,
So
oh my God, I love Beat Saber. But there's so many games that if there's any sort of movement at all, like it's a no-go. And I remember this was way back in like I think it was like an Oculus dev kit. Like I was at a studio that was going to work on a game, and it was my first time getting to try like a little demo that had been packaged. And I had the headset on, and for some reason, because this was early in VR development and we didn't like always know what made people sick, there was a jump button so you could jump. And so I was standing in the studio, and I was at one of our engineers' desks, and I put the headset on. He was like talking me through it, like I'm getting ramped up on the technology, and it was literally like, what does this button do? And I hit jump, and then I instantly thought I was going to vomit. I like ripped the headset off, and I was like, no. And I had never, it was the fastest motion sick reaction I'd ever had in my life. Like I mentioned spidey sense. There was no spidey sense. There was instant, you take this headset off right now or you're going to vomit. Like, and that was like my first gaming VR experience. And so it was rough. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
no.
Not great.
Yikes.
Hey Sam, have you even tried VR, or have you just been like, I've heard bad stories? No.
So the first time that I experienced VR, I wasn't playing a VR game, but I was in Disney World the week that Mission Space opened. And my sister was like, can you please go on this ride with me? And I was like, I like space, this seems cool. And they had to stop the ride because that was the day I found out that I suffer from vertigo and had to lie on the pavement outside the ride for like an hour before I could walk away.
Oh, honey.
That's
Oh,
so
the happiest
terrible.
place on earth. Oh no.
Ah, you're right. Yeah, not the happiest place on earth that day.
All of us have such traumatic stories.
Oh, honey.
So it went really well for you.
Totally.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing with you.
I'm not laughing, guys.
It's just we've all had those times where we've gotten motion sick in a very inconvenient time or place. Obviously, when playing games and dealing with real life motion sickness, the only person that can save us are ourselves. So what do y'all do to manage or cope with, getting motion sick while playing video games? Like all of us have talked about, sometimes you just stop playing, but like, are there strategies or techniques? What starts happening once you've started feeling sick? What do you have to do?
If you can reset your brain, kind of, in my case, just like, go to the menu, look at something that's not moving for a little while, and then try to, whatever you can do to slow down or control the movement of what is causing it. Like, if it's something that you can turn off, then do that. But like, in my case, it's literally, I love space. I want to do all the space games so bad. So I will just move as slowly as I can through space in very short controlled bursts, because otherwise, the minute I have to turn and up stops being up and down stops being down, it's all over. Because that's for me, that's what tends to trigger it, because you kind of feel like you're spinning out of control, and then like it's just the disconnect between my brain and whatever other is going on. Just it cannot be like, there's definitely a point of no return. Once you get to that point, no, there's nothing I can do. But if I feel it happening, I can at least try to like reset, go back, move as slowly as possible, and at least get to a safe point, finish the objective, whatever it is, and then take a break for the rest of the day so I'm not ruined for tomorrow. Yeah, that's my advice.
Yeah, I think a lot of us, the goal is to not be ruined for tomorrow, because it can carry over to tomorrow.
You know, it's very similar for me, is, you know, to take those breaks. You know, I always think back about how my mom would always nag me about, you play video games for too long, you need to go outside and get some fresh air. I'm just like, leave me alone, Mom, I'm playing Ratchet and Clank. And now I look back and go, she was right. She was right. She was right all along. Is I do need to take breaks. So, you know, that's what I do. I'll stop. Like, if I'm at a point where I can stop, I will pause, get up. Sometimes I'll go outside, get some fresh air on my face, and just stay out there for like maybe 10 minutes, or, you know, just do the dishes, just so I'm not looking at my screen. But yeah, Mom, you're right. I gotta take breaks.
It's official, Mom. You heard it here first.
Yeah, hopefully she never watches this.
That's what every mom wants to hear. He said it a complete sentence. Mom, you were right.
So we only have about 5 minutes left, and we've already covered so much. But one of the things I really wanted to talk about, and this is going to be kind of a two-parter, is, you know, has there ever been a game like you full stop, like had to stop playing even though you were really, really excited about it? Like, what happens, like, if there's a game that is just like, this is a no-go?
Yeah, right now, a game that I really, really want to play that I'm like almost completely blocked from playing is Starfield. I have tried planning my day, like to play games that I know may trigger motion sickness. It's like, I need to make sure I've eaten within an hour. I need to make sure I've had enough water. I need to make sure you know, I'm not too tired, because that can trigger it. So it's like a lot of planning. Tried the boning, tried all of that, and I still, I'm not going to spoil anything here, but I still cannot get past the tutorial in Starfield, no matter how hard I try, no matter what I try. So that's been a bummer, because I was really excited about it. But yeah, that's been my top of mind one.
I'm not gonna lie, and that took me a long time too. I understand. It took me a long time.
Yeah, and actually, so I'm going to roll in the second half of the question, and everyone can kind of touch on them both. So we all mentioned that all of us have some work that will involve us interacting with video games. And like, Sam, like, you worked on Starfield. So like, what happens? Like, and what's it like when you are working on a game that you literally get sick from playing? Like, how does that personal experience and professional obligation, like, how does this impact everyone? Sam, you can go first, but I know everyone's got a comment on this.
I mean, yeah, I don't think there's any way to sugarcoat it or put it besides saying it's incredibly difficult and also incredibly frustrating, because especially, you know, working in accessibility, like I want to get eyes on the game. I want to make sure that that it's meeting what it needs to be as accessible to as many players as possible. Like, not physically not being able to do that is really hard. You know, in my work, we sometimes as an org will come together and play a game in development just to get, you know, as many bugs as we can. And you know, we've done that for games like Starfield, and I had to plan my whole day. Like, if I was in the office, I had to make sure I was at home by a certain time, that I, like, you know, ate, took boning, you know, had the lighting in my room appropriate, and then had all my settings to go. And I had to do it at the end of the day, because I knew it was going to make me sick, and I, you know, didn't want to go into like the next work day or the next day, you know, experiencing symptoms. And also I knew I wouldn't be able to complete, you know, the other things I had to do that day. So I have to do everything I need to do and then work on the game. And just like all of that planning and preparation and like knowing how it's going to impact my body, it's hard.
Yeah, I mean that it's not only literally a lot of work, but like emotionally, it sucks. And Jay, I know that you also will have, you'll be doing consultation work. What happens when you're consulting and you and the game are not getting along?
Oh, it's the worst feeling because you want to, bring your best work to the game, and you need to be able to like get in the game engine and work on every single aspect of it so that you can give good feedback, so that you can like make improvements. And when there are times when it's literally an accessibility, it's an accommodation clash. It's like you would not allow someone who worked under you to harm themselves in order to get the game out. Like you have to treat yourself as kindly as you would treat one of your employees. This is what I'm constantly telling my friends. So like, why am I not taking my own advice? Right? Like, yeah. So I do the same thing. I set the timer. I try to give myself enough time to like, get everything appropriate for like the best possible outcome. And sometimes you still get sick. And it's deeply, deeply frustrating, but I don't want to give up. I want to bring my best work, and it's hard. It takes me a bit longer, and I feel horribly guilty about it, but I do not miss my deadlines regardless of like the pain that I'm in or how bad symptoms get. So I'm not going to say this is healthy, and I think that no one should push themselves harder than they should. But it's a constant struggle between your pride as a developer and like taking care of yourself, because you want to be able to do the best work you can, but you have to admit your own limitations sometimes and prioritize your health over everything else, because if you burn yourself out, the recovery time is going to be even longer than if you just took a break and tried again tomorrow. So.
Absolutely. And I know in accessibility and everything, it's really hard to sometimes step back because the impact of your work. So you don't want your work to slow down because you're thinking of everything around you. But you're absolutely right. You are a key part of that ecosystem. And if you wither away because you're not taking care of yourself, you're gonna, slow a lot of things down and bring it down with you. And I think it's also really important for us to acknowledge that sometimes like your reality and your employment just like aren't going to get along. Like I have had studios that shifted from console development to VR development, and I actually left the studio because it was so physically uncomfortable. And you can only put in the labor that all of them were just talking about so long before you're just like, no, I've got to do something else for me. It is really challenging. Again, it's not just physical labor, it's emotional labor, and a little bit of, it's a lot is what I'm trying to say. And I think we all agree there.
This is going to be sad. I had a solo dev game that I've been working on for 2 years before and unfortunately it is a first person game. I have to redo the whole thing because I can't work on it anymore. The perspective is just, it makes me feel dizzy when I try to play my own game.
That is literally the worst.
Yeah, I was like, and I really loved the way it looked. I still do. I think it plays really well, but it's not finished, and I have to do so much more work on it. And I'm like, I can't do this to myself. I have to just revamp it. So.
Yeah, and that's the struggle.
Yep.
So we are just about at time. So what I want to do is just have each of you give your final thoughts. What do you want people to take away from this panel today? What do you want other players to know? What do you want devs to know as they step away today? Jade, let's start with you.
Sim sickness is actually really a lot more common than people think it is. And it's something that can be kept in consideration for developers. Think about the players who are making these games. Think about people who are also developing them who might have sickness as well. You can design your game in a way that accommodates for sim sickness, and you can actually add more settings to make it something that's more easily like accommodated for, and you can make your game more accessible just by thinking about, okay, how can we make this game something that can be modified in a way that doesn't make it quite so literally nauseating to play. Just by changing the speed of some things, just by changing the perspective of some things, making it more controllable, making it more accessible, by rethinking how you approach the way the perspective grabs your player and letting it be something that doesn't feel quite so immersive. Like immersive is good, but not when it makes people sick.
Yeah, if I have the option between immersion or not vomiting, I'm going to go with not vomiting every time.
Yep.
Yes.
Sam, your final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Yeah, definitely what Jay said. Sim sickness is a lot more common than, I think is talked about. And it's also a lot more impactful than just getting nauseous. So I would say something that I would recommend devs do is, get players that have this lived experience to test your title, like give you that real-time feedback. And then also any way that you can provide customization, especially in the first-time user experience, like all of that is super helpful so that users can attune the settings to their needs so that they don't have to encounter these triggers.
Yeah, it's a great summary. And Chad, final thoughts to close us out.
Yeah, absolutely have to echo everything that was just said. It's a lot more common than I think the entire world realizes, but it's also more debilitating than people think it is. I think a lot of times people think, oh, you just have an upset tummy. It's like, no, it eclipses just the upset stomach. It can be, I'm not good or able to work for the next couple of days. So it can be a very crippling thing to live with. So I think that's something to keep in mind. And obviously, echo, everything that Jay and Sam said, making, something as simple as giving the option to play in a third person versus a first person. Even if your game is really a first person game, maybe just giving the option to play in third person can, be the difference between not playing it because you get sick and throw up, and being able to play it and actually have fun and not throw up. But also, I just think it's also important to have, actual, test studies done by developers that are in these amazing programs, by the studios, to have those with lived experience of sim sickness and motion sickness, and actually have actual play tests of them testing it out and seeing whether their games are triggering motion sickness, and if it is, what would the players say to them that could help make those games digestible.
No, absolutely love all of your thoughts. And really, to close out, I want to go back to something that Jay said at the very, very beginning when she was doing her introduction, that for so many players with motion sickness, it's when we lose control of the camera, that the camera is moving and we are disconnected from that causes our issues. So please, for the love of God, do not put Weapon Bob in your game if I can't turn it off, because that's what. If there's anything you take away from this panel, look at me. If there's anything you take away from this panel today, it is, for the love of God, let me turn off Head Bob. And that is, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. But
this is the perfect ending.
But Jay, Sam, Chad, thank you so much for coming and sharing your stories with us today, sharing your personal lived experience. Please be sure to catch all of them on social media and in the Discord. We'll be sure to be putting links there so that you can chat with all of them. So again, thank you so much. And back to you, live Tara, in real time. All right, bye. Recording this panel is one of the most hysterical things I've ever done in my life. Max just got to hear me just like literally, at one point it got cut, but I was like crying because I was laughing so hard. We had so much extra footage. We actually had an entire section about those of us who experience motion sick in real life. We covered things that we've tried, like medicine bracelets. We had all that we covered. We also pitched our own kind of like charity drive with like Sarah McLachlan music, but instead of like sad puppies, it's just us with motion sickness. There's like 20 minutes of content that did not make it in here just from the panel, not including the like additional 30 minutes of us just literally laughing hysterically afterwards. So I'm probably going to edit that together and throw that up afterwards. So I hope you enjoyed that. But it is now lunchtime, so I'm going to quickly stop talking. So one other recap. So we did mention several of us had issues with Starfield. Literally coming out today in the patch for Starfield is a field of view slider, which was highlighted as one of the things that we desperately need. So congrats to Bethesda Game Studios for getting that out today. And lunchtime. Okay, so we are going to be doing lunch all the way in the back. So when you exit, just go to the right, head all the way down. If you are someone who was gluten-free, you should have already been chatted with for your food options. For everyone else with food allergies, most of the, I think all of the allergy items we just excluded from the menu, but everything will also have its ingredients listed, so you'll be able to know. So thank you for everyone who submitted your dietary requirements so we can keep you happy, fed, and healthy. And with that, I will release you for lunch. We will see you back here at 1:15. And if you're on the Discord, you should be eating too. Also take a break and post more pictures. Thank you. All right. See ya. I have to video myself. just walk up when you're, you can just come over here. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Between a poorly timed couch delivery and my flash drive refusing to work with Apple products, we had quite the challenge. But you know what? Where there is perseverance, you can succeed. So we're going into our next block of talks, which are all micro talks about different topics. And we are lucky enough to have Raquel here today talking about neurodiversity in the workplace. So please come on up.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all had a really good lunch. This lightning talk is about neurodiversity in the workplace. Here at this conference, we are usually focused on accessibility in games and how can we make this better for our players. But I am going to talk about how we can make our workplace a little bit more accessible. So, hello, my name is Rochelle Basilay. I'm a UI engineer that's transitioning into a tech design role. And so my customer is changing and my customer is now designers. I'm also very passionate about making accessible interfaces and game design. All right, so what is neurodiversity? Neurodiversity is the concept that there is a natural variation in the human brain that leads to differences in how we think and how we behave. So what this usually comes down to is someone says, hey, I'm neurodivergent, which means I'm a little bit different from you. More than likely, you work with someone who is also a little bit different from you. And it's a very big umbrella term. It can encompass a lot of things. Neurodiversity is the little things that, you know, kind of make us who we are and how we work in the workplace. So whether you have a physical disability, sensory disability, cognitive, mental health conditions, these things all kind of fall under that big umbrella. I can't speak for other communities, but I personally have ADHD. I also have anxiety and depression. And so when I come and I bring my technically full self to work, it is all of who I am and not just part of it. And the problem with that can be, sorry, that was an alarm. I was like, oh, I have theme music. I didn't know I came with theme music. That is new. That is new. Right. And so when we talk about these things, I would like for you to, or not you, but everyone, to cast aside their assumptions. A lot of the time, we know someone or we have close friends who also have a certain kind of disability or any kind of cognitive differences. And that is probably just that one person. A lot of the time you go, oh, you'll meet someone or you'll be at work and you're just like, hey, I have ADHD. Oh, my cousin has ADHD. They have this and this that they have to deal with. That is just one person that you know with ADHD. So from the quote from Dr. Stephen Shore, when you meet one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. Jesus. My theme music. At least it's catchy. And so what comes with that is the things that have kind of been brought up through the pandemic. So for years and years, a lot of people who have disabilities have been asking, hey, can we work remotely? The pandemic brought that to the forefront for a lot of us, which means our workplaces has changed and the challenges with them has also changed. And so there are certain things that can be easily overlooked when talking about, like, how am I getting the information across to my team? How am I getting the information across to the entire studio? An example could be all hands. All hands can be either very annoying or it can actually be very helpful, informative, things that allow you to pay attention and really be present in those meetings. And so now we have a lot of virtual meetings. So here I wanted to talk about general communication. And these are really small things. These are things that we think everybody knows, but that's not necessarily what translate when we're trying to, present the latest stand-up. So here's the little things that might help. So aside from adding agendas, now since we have a digital or a more remote approach to work, record your meetings. Meetings that don't have to be like, say you have an all hands and that meeting is recorded, but then it doesn't have transcripts. If you don't turn on transcriptions, then you can't have captions later. And then that makes it harder for someone to go back and watch. So these are like the small considerations that you want to take into account when you're doing these things. On top of that, using software that allows captions. The company that I'm at uses Google Meet a lot. And I've been a very big proponent of speaking up and saying, hey, can you please turn on transcriptions? Can you please, like, if you're going to record this meeting, make sure that we actually have the transcript here so we can go back and other people will have a more accessible time going back to this technology. And the other thing, try to limit the amount of ideas per slide. Doesn't matter if you have a million slides, but if you have too much on one slide, it becomes a cognitive overload issue. And then your information also gets lost in pretty much the sauce of everything that's in that one slide. The other thing is about self-advocacy. Accommodations make things better for everyone. And in the spirit of saying this, I've come up against a certain amount of barriers where these saying I need accommodations means what I don't want it to mean is I want to be treated differently from everyone else. It's more about leveling the playing field. A lot of the time, if someone says, hey, I need you to summarize what we just talked about because I'm not going to remember in 30 minutes. I have like several meetings today. Can you please like add notes to this? Or is there a way that we can like kind of bullet point out everything that you need after we've had this hour-long talk and we've kind of gone all over the place? These are small things that really help, but they don't only help people with disabilities. They help everyone because it helps us all be more organized. Excuse me. Now would be a good time for that theme music. So in the office, there are some things that we have across all tech and all businesses where, we have employee mandates where we're just like, okay, starting on Monday, everyone has to check in at this exact time. Or you could have something like, we need everyone to actually restructure how we do JIRA tickets and the dreaded JIRA ticket, like really, right? So while you're in the office though, the things that kind of fall to the wayside is how are these standards affecting the entire team, right? Not everyone works the same. And the most important thing about this is most of the time, if you're getting your job done, it doesn't matter how you do it. You should have the option of how you do these things. And these options go a long way. Just like how we have which that I like is changing in this industry, an accessibility menu. You have a bunch of options available to you about how you do your work, how your workflow is set. And not all of us are going to work the same way, but we still bring a lot of great work and talent to the team. The other thing, now that we have return to office mandates as well, which is kind of echoing out through the industry here, is there a quiet area for your employees to go if they have sensory overload? A lot of the time, these big offices are not necessarily designed for people who have any of these conditions and were not even thought about when they design them. being under fluorescent lights can be very, very, jarring to the senses. And having to sit at that desk all day with this one light that keeps flickering on and off, those things, they're little things, but they really can distract from them doing the best work that they can possibly do. And then the other thing is, do we have ways to mitigate noise? Most people think of noise as, okay, it's loud music, it's cars driving, it's kind of like anything that seems out of place in the office. But if you can hear like a literal meeting going on all the way down the hall, how are we breaking up areas to account for sound and acoustics? This can actually make the office a lot more welcoming and a lot more habitable to be in, and actually might motivate people because they have a quieter place to work versus being home. You got kids, you got dogs, you got pets, your cat sitting on your keyboard. I apologize for not putting more cat pictures in here. But these are the little housekeeping things that really help. For a lot of neurodivergent people, there are certain things that do help. Such as flexible scheduling. I am a person who has difficulty with time. I have literal time blindness, and it's hard to tell someone, hey, I'm gonna need us to talk about things within a time frame versus I need this at 9 a.m. Can you just like do simple things like, okay, between 8:30 and 9, you can submit your work. That's a reasonable accommodation. And again, with the acoustics and the noise, sometimes we just need a little bit, like if you need the quiet, then accommodate for quiet. Noise canceling headphones are great, right? Most of the time there is a budget for that. But if we don't ask, we can't receive. And if we don't bring these issues up, then no one will ever know that they're an actual issue. The thing for most people that I would say is be curious and seek understanding. Everyone's conditions are different. The challenges that we face are all different. It is a myriad of things, a collection of things, but it's never the same thing. As we saw earlier, if you meet one person, one condition, you've only met that one person with that condition. That does not mean that this applies to everyone with that condition. And so if we approach things with, curiosity and understanding, this will really help build the relationship between your employees, the company, management. People will fight for something when they are treated well, when they are treated fairly. And finally, if you don't know anything about this person's condition, ask. Hey, you told me you have this. What does this mean? How can I help you? How can I build a system in between us in which things will work out and we have less friction? If you don't know, ask. More than likely, people are more than happy to be like, hey, this is what works for me. It might not work for everybody else, but this is what works for me. This is how I get my job done as efficiently and best, as efficiently as possible. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rochelle. There are so many things that they talked about and they highlighted in here that as someone who is also neurodiverse, like I need these things, like it's for real. A couple of the things that were just hit on at the very beginning, they're so simple yet actionable. Making sure that you have an agenda of what you're actually going to cover. Don't be that person who makes a meeting that could have been an email if you had just taken the time to get your thoughts together and write them down, right? But also limiting the ideas per slide. if you have too much text on a slide, the first thing I'm going to do is stop listening to you and start reading your slides. So it doesn't matter what you're telling me. I see this text, it's all going in and out. So like if I personally could like upvote in, one of these things, it's limiting the amount of stuff on your slides. If you, have to start highlighting things on your slide to make sure that people get the points on them, maybe you need to do some self-editing and just have more slides. It's okay. And even with the recordings, like for those of you who have worked with me or unfortunately paid attention to my Twitter feed, you'll notice one of the things that I struggle with is I will try to take notes, but my notes will not be useful. So I will have a note that's like, email that thing to Ben. What thing? Which Ben? I don't know. And then like, I'm just asking into the void. But in instances where there are recordings or transcripts, I can actually go back and figure out what action item I was trying to assign to myself. And it makes such a difference. And it's all those little things that matter. And they're just little accommodations that can allow everyone to bring their best selves into their work. And as we all know, when we have more people being able to bring their full selves to work and do their best work, you're going to have a better game. That's it. All right, so we're going to take a very short, 2-minute break, and then we will be back with our next talk. So see you in just a few. Yes. All right. So if you're in person, the printed schedule, we have made a slight update. So on the printed schedule, we have swapped the Unity talk and the Mortal Kombat talk. So instead of the Mortal Kombat talk now, we will be having the Unity talk now. If you're online or in Discord, it's already in the right order and you're absolutely fine. The benefit to being online is you don't have to go back to FedEx when you change something. For those of you who worked in video games that trying to do anything with the screen reader in a video game is absolutely terrible and it makes you want to cry. Luckily, Unity is doing a lot of work to improve that, and we're going to have a short talk with some of the improvements that are coming soon to Unity.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Leah Scary. I'm the Senior Product Manager in Accessibility here at Unity. I have long brown hair. I'm wearing gray glasses. I have a black zip-up shirt on. I live in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and I'm presenting from my home office. And my pronouns are she, her. So I'm super excited to present today the work that our Unity team has been working on, specifically today looking at our beta release of our API for mobile screen reader support and what we're working on next. So here at Unity, we believe the world is a better place with more creators in it. And our small and mighty team believes that wholeheartedly. And so I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to this team for the hard work that they put in to make this API possible. And also the team that worked so hard prior to the release of this to help build a dedicated accessibility team, which is a major leap forward for the gaming industry. So we're super excited about that as well. So our API is available right now, and I'll make sure the link is shared so you can access that online. And this is specific for runtime in Android and iOS, and so you can find all of the documentation on our website. So what's possible now and in the future? I'll dive into that. So for our beta, Android and iOS, you can find common roles like button, image, text, as well as basic use cases, as well our navigation gesture, so swipe right and left, activate to double tap, and hierarchy viewer, our debug tool. So at the end of my presentation, I'll also share a demo our engineer Bianca put together where the API is in use, and you can take a look at it through that video as well. In terms of our 2023.3 release, which will happen at the end of the year, you can see a few more functions supported. So increase and decrease gesture, toggle support, scrolling content gesture, as well as our dismissing gesture, and to come. So beyond what will be released in 23.3, additional mobile functionality that we are looking at is language support, element exclusion, custom actions like rotor, primary actions, so that would be gestures for the main action of whatever specific app you're in, as well as advanced use cases. And then in terms of platform support, what's on our roadmap is desktop support for Windows and Mac, as well as WebGL, and then UI Toolkit support, so directly in UI Toolkit. So that's all specific in terms of our roadmap for screen reader. If you're interested in other features that we're both considering and working on in accessibility, you can take a look at our public roadmap on our website. I'll make sure that link is available as well. There you can see plan in progress, under consideration, and you can upvote, you can comment on it, and it's super helpful for our team to see what you're looking for in terms of your project. So I highly encourage you to check that out. And we also have our accessibility forum, and I will share that link as well. And feel free to post, ask questions, and our team will be sure to get back to you. So that's it. This is the video that you will see shortly. Thank you so much, and thank you for watching.
The first goal of the accessibility team is to add native screen reader support in the Unity runtime. We started with creating an MVP for iOS that supports the basic features of VoiceOver. Our API can now be used to have the UI elements of a Unity application be detected and read by VoiceOver. This has never been possible in a Unity application before. Let's see what a Unity creator could do with our API at this point. On my iPad, I will activate VoiceOver and open my Unity application.
Screen reader demo. Double tap to open. Screen reader demo.
This application presents a basic settings screen that includes a username input field, a server dropdown, a music toggle, a music volume slider, a save button, and a disabled cancel button. A fast swipe to left to remove VoiceOver to the next accessible element, and a double tap will activate the element. Let's swipe.
Settings, heading.
Let's swipe again.
Username, enter text. Input field. Double tap to edit.
Let's double tap.
Text field is editing. Insertion point at start. Use the rotor to access misspelled words.
Now I'm going to go back.
Return. Return. Server, forest. Drop down. Double tap to edit.
Let's double tap to open the drop down.
Server, forest. Drop down. Server, forest.
Let's swipe.
Drop down. Music, switch button. On. Double tap to toggle.
Let's swipe again.
Music volume, 70%, adjustable. Swipe up or down with one finger to adjust the value.
Let's swipe one more time.
Save button. Double tap to activate.
Let's double tap to activate the button.
Save.
Now let's swipe one more time.
Cancel dimmed button.
Here dimmed means disabled. This is the first set of accessibility features out of a long series yet to come. Thank you for listening.
Now there's some comments in the Discord that were wondering what platforms this are available on. As it noted, and as we saw in the demo, it's currently for mobile, with future plans to extend it to other locations. Now, one of the reasons that they're not all going to come online at the same time, so for those of you who have ever tried to ship a game on multiple platforms at the same time, you know that none of them have the same screen reader tech, which means that as a game developer, you end up either doing some weird hacky solution or using a cloud service to try to get around the fact that none of these screen readers play nice together. So the fact that Unity is taking the time here to do the work for you and so that it'll work with everything is going to be fantastic. But that is also why it's going to have to be literally a staggered release, because they're going to have to replicate the system with all of the various screen readers that literally operate differently and don't play nice together. But it is going to be a really great step forward, you know, to have something like this available in an engine. Because right now, you know, the closest thing we have to in an engine are plugins and other options, but nothing natively built in. So a big round of applause for Unity for, you know, prioritizing this and putting this first. So we will take another short break and then we'll be back with our next micro talk.
It isn't. I could for my first day.
Clinician overload. The other one is it.
Nobody either. No one didn't talk to you about it. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I was actually kind of mad.
Yeah, that's. I'll have that in the announcement. All right. So when we play video games, there are multiple ways that we interact with not only the game itself, but the people we're playing with. And we talk a lot about inputs with our hands, but in many areas of gaming, speech is actually an important part of the play experience. So in this next micro talk, we're going to get to hear about what it's like to game with a stutter.
Hi everyone! Let's talk about speech accessibility in games from the perspective of a person who stutters. My name is Pat and I'm a developer tester at Alpha Channel. We're developing a narrative-rich, vehicle-based single-player game called Tankhead. I'm also a part of the amazing team of disabled accessibility consultants at Playability, where I cover the speech part of accessibility. And above all, I'm a full-time person who stutters, who is interested in everything speech and communication related. It wasn't until I joined the American Institute of Stuttering in 2021 that I was able to speak so openly about it, so let me give a huge shout out to them. This speech wouldn't be possible without you. In this talk, we'll take a deep dive into stuttering in games, but not the kind of stuttering that you can fix by buying a better GPU or lowering graphics settings. This talk will be about communication and communication challenges when playing multiplayer or co-op games from the perspective of a person who stutters. So, what is stuttering really and how it affects communication in games? Stuttering is a multi-layered and multi-dimensional topic. On the surface, it can manifest as repetitions of words or syllables, prolongations of sounds, or blocks. This may be accompanied by secondary movements like tensing up or running out of breath while speaking. Those are so-called overt symptoms of stuttering, but there's more to it. Stuttering is usually accompanied by feelings of guilt or shame about not being able to speak like people who don't stutter. This leads to avoidance of speaking situations or avoidance of speaking certain words that we may perceive as difficult, substituting words for easier ones, or stressful anticipations of incoming stutters. It's important to know that every person stutters in a different way, even when our conversation partners may not see or hear it. It is a very wide spectrum. Like right now, my speech is very prepared and very controlled, so I expect fewer interruptions than during a casual conversation. So, how does it affect communication in games? Stuttering imposes certain limitations, physical and mental. When it comes to physical limitations, it simply may take us more time to communicate because words can get stuck or the message can be distorted by the stutter. When it comes to mental limitations, we experience stress that goes up with the stakes, like when playing a fast-paced multiplayer shooter, or we avoid saying difficult keywords, which means that the team may not get precise information on time. This cements negative feelings about our speech and who we are as a person, which can lead us to avoid using the microphone entirely or falling back to other means of communication if there are any. Why speech accessibility matters in games and who is it for? There is a screenshot on this slide from Operation Tango showing a puzzle with a timer that has run out. Let me tell you about how I got into speech accessibility in the first place. One evening I was playing Operation Tango with my partner. It's a game in which one person takes on the role of a spy and the other person is a hacker. Each player sees something different on their screen, something that complements what the other person can see on their screen. Both need to coordinate actions in a given time frame. We're on the mission. The stakes are high, the clock is ticking. All I have to do is to relay a 4-digit code to stop a speeding train and we're done. But I can't. The words get stuck. I know exactly what I want to say, but I physically cannot get the words out. Then the timer runs out. The train performs an unscheduled barrel roll. We have to repeat the mission. Now, this wasn't a question of skill for me, but rather of the limitations imposed by the game that make the experience stressful and the game unenjoyable at times. Now, communication is the basic building block of multiplayer and co-op games. It's in the name, cooperation. To be successful, players must work together towards a single goal, synchronize actions, give orders, provide feedback. Speech accessibility often stops at having a working voice chat or a simple text chat. I talked to some of my stuttering friends about their experience playing multiplayer games, and we all agree that communication is important. Coordinating with your teammates effectively and in a timely manner is the best way to win a game. But communication doesn't have to be verbal. There are different tools that can either substitute or enhance it. Here's a screenshot from Left 4 Dead 2 showing cooperation in action. One player signals to the team where to find ammo. So, who are those tools for? The short answer is everyone. It's for people who cannot communicate verbally. It's for people who choose not to use voice or text chat at a given moment because of external or internal factors, like being in a noisy room or feeling shy about speaking up. It's for people who cannot express themselves in a fast and accurate manner. Before we look at communication tools that help, let's talk about what ruins fun. 1. Voice chat only. Voice chat is the default communication accessibility option that gives a tactical advantage and makes the game more engaging, but if it is the only option available for communication, many voices won't be heard. When teammates don't coordinate, sessions may get more chaotic, and those that don't speak up will feel excluded. This is a screenshot from Operation Tango's main menu that displays a message, "This game requires voice chat." 2. Busy text chat. Text chat is the only other feature that allows for complex communication exchange, but it comes at a cost. Typing out messages takes time and instructions may come too late. Communication is further hindered if the text chat window is too small or when messages are displayed along frequent game log updates with no filter available. Here is a snapshot of a very busy text chat from World of Warcraft. 3 afterthought accessibility features. Slapping an accessibility feature on an almost finished game or a feature that is not well integrated within the game never works. One example of that could be a ping system which fails to highlight where our cursor is pointing precisely, but prioritizes different objects in the vicinity instead. The screenshot is from Rainbow Six Siege, showing the reticle aimed at a player, but the ping system prioritizes the barbed wire gadget nearby. 4 timers. Timers are supposed to increase tension and challenge. Time constraints are an inherent part of multiplayer, so PvP or PvE games. It's the nature of the genre. But timers in co-op games are very often a deliberate choice made by developers to introduce constraints. If those timers cannot be extended or are not optional, the game is likely to become unplayable for some groups of people. The slide features a screenshot from Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, showing a bomb with different modules and a timer. What makes me feel included? 1. Optional restrictions, and especially optional time restrictions. A portion of players, regardless of where they fall on the speech ability spectrum, want to discover the game's story and enjoy its mechanics without rushing. Having the option to extend time or disable timers altogether makes this possible and also makes the game more accessible for a wider audience. The slide features a screenshot from a mod for Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, showing an option to extend the timer beyond what the original game allows. 2. Well-integrated, quick-to-use communication tools, like voice lines or ping systems. Voice lines allow players to give simple commands like go right, warnings like sentry ahead, or other information that makes it easier to coordinate and interact with other players without using a voice chat. Bonus points if those commands have voiceover, like in Team Fortress 2. Now, ping system, if well integrated, can be an effective tool for drawing attention to a place, an object, or entity in a game. Some games employ a more expanded ping system, like in League of Legends, where you can additionally ping UI elements. The image on the slide shows 2 ping wheels used in League of Legends with various different types of pings for different situations. 3. Community. And I cannot stress enough the importance of an understanding and involved community. Playing with people who strive for successful cooperation by being friendly, understanding, and patient makes us feel included and eases the stress of speaking up. On the contrary, toxic teammates are what drives us away from a given game and also from speaking up in general for fear of being mocked again. Other tools that are very much community-driven are emotes, like dancing or playing instruments together, and using universal gestures like crouch or wiggle to signal friendliness. The slide shows a screenshot from Team Fortress 2. Heavies from red and blue teams have their melee weapons equipped and crouch to show friendliness. In the middle of the group are sandwiches that they threw on the ground. And 4, when a game is designed with accessibility in mind in the first place. Complexity of gameplay should always be matched with the respective amount of accessibility, be it in design or accessibility options. Here, my award goes to It Takes Two. The game is easy to understand, the sequences of events are clear, and the game gives you time to coordinate actions in between and doesn't punish you for failing. Pause is always available if you need to stop the action to communicate in peace. Split screen also makes it easier to understand the second player's situation. Here is a screenshot from It Takes Two, where the person on the right operates a big toy dinosaur that's moving platforms for the player on the left to cross. And that's it for this talk. Thank you so much for listening. This talk was based on my research into speech accessibility in multiplayer and co-op games. That resulted in an article posted on Game Accessibility Nexus, a website focused on accessibility in video games led by the amazing Antonio Martinez. If you'd like to introduce some more speech, hearing, vision, dexterity, or cognitive accessibility to your game, check out the Playability website and leave us a message. And if you have any further questions about the talk or want to continue the conversation, reach out to me via email or LinkedIn. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much.
Well, I think we can all agree as a group that unscheduled barrel roll is now our favorite way to describe a in-game train calamity, because that had me rolling. You know, what I really liked about this conversation, this talk, was that I felt like it connected back to a lot of the things that we were hearing earlier in the day about, you know, how do we have strong communications and how do we have other pathways to having communication? It reminded me of some of the things that Michael was saying in his talk about alternate communication and the Apex ping system and how that allowed for fast and easy communication. And it was actually something that even Morgan mentioned in the Discord, that a lot of the things that Patricia was saying helped her communicate efficiently in video games also helps Morgan as a deaf player. And so it's just another one of those examples that a lot of time when you're building accessibility for one person, it is going to expand to other groups and be useful for many more people. And, you know, as so I have family members who have a stutter. And for me, yeah, it's always a little bit funny to like watch my brother get really frustrated when I know what he's trying to say. So starts with an F and ends with a U and he just can't get it out. But you know, he should have an opportunity to be able to say those things to me in game in an alternate way if he's having a little bit of issue at the moment. So we're going to take another short break and then we'll be back with our last micro talk of the day. So see you shortly. on. So I will announce you. Like a couple minutes.
Is the audio on this?
Audio would be good. Oh man, I want audio because I have a few videos to play.
It will play
Oh, okay.
through.
Yeah,
our
so if
setup.
you just share, it should play. But you'll need to select audio share audio as well, right? You go to share.
Yeah.
Like I'm just gonna play a video off Twitter.
Okay. Yeah, so when you go to share screen and
Well,
Zoom,
we can.
yeah,
I'm not gonna make you do that yet because.
okay.
Yeah, I'll kill this. We'll get you up.
Okay. I'll also want presenter view so I can see my notes on this screen. Well, that's up on that screen. If that's possible.
So it's not, 'cause you only have one monitor.
Well,
But
you have the second one from.
no, but that is not coming from here. That is coming from a secret,
Oh, that's coming from Discord.
a different computer.
Okay, what if I just share my screen like this and not?
So actually, one of the
Present.
things you can do is
Like,
in
this is fine.
so sorry, I'm trying to get a sentence out. My brain is not.
Yeah, same.
One of the things that you can do with Zoom is share a section of your screen. So like right now, so I have the same problem on my computer. So this is actually like in PowerPoint on the same thing. And the only part of it I've shared is
Okay.
that. So we can do that.
Let's just see what.
Oh, here, we can start.
I mean, wait, I'm gonna go get my Diet Coke. I left it outside.
Okay.
Negative.
Oh,
yeah.
Sweet.
We're not. We'll point to you when we're ready to turn the camera on.
You guys hear John Riccatello got fired? Isn't that crazy? Oh yeah, thank you.
Technically, we have 2 minutes, but we're already up here.
This is awesome. So am I all good on Zoom? Am I sharing? Am I the presenter and everything?
Yeah. So this is actually the Zoom. So
Okay.
this is what everyone. Oh yeah, don't. You.
Well, okay.
You will. So the audio.
So they'll hear my videos. I mean, they don't have to, but it'd be nice.
Yeah. So we shared audio here. So you either have to have it down like super, super quiet because your audio here will get piped to the Zoom. But like you don't want this mic to pick it up.
Okay. I don't need to hear it then. We're good.
Okay.
Okay. Whatever. It's probably fine.
What we can do, if you're worried, we can have it on literally the quietest thing.
But if I hear
So you won't hear you in here.
yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. I was really excited for this next talk. So much so that poor Nick was just trying to do his job at PAX, and I showed up and accosted him and was like,
got my ass.
I was like, if I buy merch, will you come talk about giving a gun to your little crab in your Souls-like game at my conference? And he was like, wow, you're really aggressive in my face. Will it make you go away if I say yes? And I was like, absolutely. I'm going to send you a bunch of emails about it though. And so here we are. If you haven't had the joy of hearing about this game yet, you are in for a treat. So let's learn about making accessibility fun. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. And yeah, that is exactly what happened. Hello? Okay. Hey guys, I'm Nick. I'm good to go. Cool. So this is my talk, making accessibility fun by adding a gun. All right. So first things first, a little bit about myself. My name is Nick. I am the co-founder, studio head, and art director of a indie studio called AgroCrab. We're based right here in Seattle, and there's about 12 of us right now. Woo! Thank you. We're right now working on our second game, which is called Another Crab's Treasure. Yeah, we kind of doubled down on the whole crab thing, but it's a long story. You know, we have a demo out now with Steam Next Fest, which started today. So this talk has not been rehearsed super well, so I apologize if I stumble. I've been very busy lately, but without further ado, let's get into it. So first off, a little bit about our game. What is Another Crab's Treasure? It is a Souls-like, that's right, about a hermit crab who goes on this grand adventure to buy back his shell that's been stolen from him. And in order to get your shell back and go on this, you know, dangerous journey, you have to wear the garbage that's been polluting the oceans as a shell in order to defend yourself from the monsters that you'll face along the way, right? So a lot of fun there. But what was that about Souls-like? Oh, no, I skipped. I'm just going to make you guys watch the trailer to kill time. I have some time. I don't know if this is working for the Zoom viewers. I apologize, but follow us on Twitter if you want to see it. That's totally working. That's not better. Yay, that's our video game. Thank you. So like I said, that was a Souls-like. I hopefully you saw some Souls-like DNA in that, but if you didn't, that's fine. Let's talk about Souls-likes for a sec. What is a Souls-like? According to Wikipedia, it is a subgenre of action role-playing game known for its high levels of difficulty and emphasis on environmental storytelling, typically in a dark fantasy setting. Now, that last line trips me up a bit, right? Because, okay, let's look at some Souls games, especially from Software, the game who invented them. Dark fantasy setting. That looks right. These are all dark fantasy games. They share a lot of similarities, but they're also unique in their own way. But you kind of see this pattern going on, right? And then you see our game, a little different. A little more colorful, not that that's better, but just different, right? And that was intentional. And that was something we thought about from day one of just like, here is this genre, Souls-like, that's limited by its aesthetic. And when you think of a game genre, generally when we're talking about that, we're talking about how you play the game, the mechanics, right? So we thought, why has this limitation been imposed on what these kinds of games can look and feel like? Because it's not just From Software's games that have this look. It's a lot of the Souls-like, you know, like is the key word here, games in the genre that emulate this, right? We see these people making Soul-style games, and they stay very close to the source material, in my opinion. We wanted to specifically challenge this aspect and make a game that totally looks like a different thing in order to expand the genre and just have room for kind of different kinds of ideas in it, because we love Souls games. We just think there's room for more. Which got us thinking about, okay, how exactly do we want to position our game in this market? How do we explain when we're talking to our players and you know, the investors we're pitching to, how this game's a Souls-like and what our angle is? So we kind of got these catchphrases and ways of thinking about it from pretty early on. For example, Baby's first Souls-like, Nintendo's take on a Souls-like, and my favorite, Dark Bob Souls Pants, right? Because we're an indie studio, we're struggling to get by, not struggling, but it's hard to get noticed in a sea of great games, right? We have to stand out. So this was our angle. And I mean, as another point, right? Like with a game like this that looks like this, we kind of needed to explain to people that, like, yes, this is a Souls-like, but this is your entryway into Souls. It looks easier, and maybe it'll be a bit easier, or maybe it'll be a bit more approachable. And what do I mean when I say approachable? Because I would say Souls games to some could be pretty unapproachable. I would say approachability is different from accessibility. When we talk about accessibility, we're talking about like hard barriers to certain demographics or people with disabilities and stuff like that. And approachability is more just like that feeling of, this isn't for me. I'm not the audience. This doesn't really do it for me. It's uninviting, right? So we identified these things as things that might be uninviting to certain players. Obviously not to others. Elden Ring is one of the best-selling games of all time. They're doing fine. You want to limit your audience. That's what an audience is, right? But for us, we wanted to figure out what of these things we wanted to explore, right? So grimdark aesthetic, that's not for us. Cryptic storytelling, you know how you'll have to watch like a 3-hour YouTube video to understand what's going on in a Souls game? Like, I don't know. Lack of quest markers, you're kind of just exploring the world without any direction. And of course, what the genre is known for, the punishing difficulty. We wanted these final two things. We wanted the mechanics of Souls games. So Another Crab's Treasure is actually really difficult, right? It's just that those aesthetic hallmarks just aren't our style. But when we talk about difficulty in From Software games, there's a whole conversation about it already, right? And we've recognized that. I'm sure you guys have kind of heard of this, that the Souls games, Sekiro, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, notoriously don't have difficulty settings or assist options or anything of that sort. There's only one form the game takes, and you're expected to play it. And this has led in some circles to a pretty toxic mentality among gamers where they're really proud of that fact. They want it so that they can feel, I don't know, I guess accomplished that they were able to beat this really difficult game. And for some reason don't want options that they don't have to press. You control the buttons you press in a video game. They don't want those options there for anyone else, right? So that's kind of a discourse that's been happening. And yeah, I mean, we think that's pretty stupid. And with a game like ours, again, I'm talking about this all, what does the aesthetics have to do with accessibility? We're talking about how we wanted to differentiate ourselves in this market, right? And so by adding some options for more players to get their foot in the door, that's one way of us doing that. And it led to headlines like this, which make me pretty happy. Another Crab's Treasure does what Elden Ring won't. I love that, right? Hold on. That's great for us. We did it. We're marketing. We have an article. So it's a win-win, right? But then I don't know. Anyway, let's just get into it, right? Like, what are some of our options? This is our assist menu for the game. So this is where to go to change the difficulty. I keep saying difficulty, and I know this like difficulty isn't the same as accessibility, but like inherently they're kind of connected because your barrier to the challenge versus your skill it's all connected, right? I'm just going to talk about it. This is our assist menu, and this is how to make the game easier. So we elected not to do traditional difficulty settings like easy, normal, hard, nightmare, whatever. Instead, we have this a la carte menu where you can choose exactly what parts of the game you want to make more forgiving, because folks might have different aspects of the game that they're struggling with, right? If platforming is difficult, you can prevent pitfall damage. if your reaction times aren't quite there, you can increase the window necessary to parry, stuff like that. But of course, the reason we're all here is to talk about the final option on this list, which is to give Krill a gun. So when you flip that toggle to give Krill a gun, it will spawn a giant pistol on your butt, just like that. Like your hermit crab and your butt's in the magazine hole of the gun. I don't know what it's called, but it's like that, and it's funny. And when you hide in the shell, it points the gun out, and by the press of a button, you will kill any enemy in the game, even bosses, in one hit for free. So it's the ultimate easy mode, right? You win. Here's a little video of the gun in action. Hold on.
Video games nowadays are just way too difficult, but luckily for us, we have assist modes in games to give us stuff like reduce damage taken, lower enemy health, give our character a gun. Video games nowadays are just way too difficult, but luckily—
Oh my god, shut up. Okay. Yeah, so why did we do that? Why did we let Krill have a gun? Why did we put that in the video game? This is why. TikTok. We wanted to farm TikTok views because we thought it would be entertaining and clickbaity, and obviously it worked great. We got a lot of mileage out of the gun. The one in the top right, that's actually from IGN's TikTok. So that's awesome for us, right? It wasn't until later that we had the idea, well, because we didn't know where to put the gun in the game, right? But it wasn't until later when I was like, okay, what if it was in the assist menu? And at first I was kind of scared of this idea because I was scared of y'all. And right, because like accessibility, it is a serious topic and it's something I take seriously, but this is a very silly approach to it. So I wasn't sure how it would be received. And on top of that, there's like, it's just a kind of a provocative thing. Like, what, is this commentary on gun violence? Is gun violence too accessible? I don't know. But, you know, like, instead of anyone getting mad, here I am giving a talk about it. So I guess it's great. So what is good about this? Letting the player have a gun. After thinking about it, my answer to that would just be that, like, it's the ultimate antithesis of that Souls traditional mentality of you play the game this way in order to have a valid win. And we're just like, nope. Right? Like, why not? And on top of that, right, like we could have done that in a lot of ways. We could have let you do infinite damage with every swing. And instead there's this other thing. And that's really just because I think accessibility can be fun. Why? Because it's there to let you have more fun with the video game. So if that's the end goal, why not have a gun, right? Why not transform the experience of accessibility to not just let you have the most of the existing game, but have you get a unique experience on top of that? Have fun or else. And yeah, in conclusion, I'm wondering if more games will do this, right? Like, do I think everyone's going to play with the gun and that's the way that they're going to experience the game? I mean, maybe not. Maybe some people will, but I think a lot of people will get a kick out of it if they give it a try. And so if more games can incorporate that fun angle, then that's, I think, worthwhile. Thanks. Download the demo, wishlist the game. 2024. Thank you.
Nick, I want to thank you so much. But I also want to say it's also coming to Game Pass.
Game
Just saying, Xbox is a sponsor of the conference.
Yeah.
And look, Steam, if you want to sponsor, all right, you know how to get a hold of us. It's not hard. All right. We're literally the next town over.
Game Pass. Don't buy it on Steam. Just get it for free.
But you should still wish list it on Steam because that
helps.
also drives engagement.
Thank
Wish list it literally everywhere you can. But you know, some of the things that you said that I absolutely love. Well, first off, someone did ask for the art asset of Dark Bob Souls Pants because they wanted as their desktop background now. So if you could put that in there, that would be great.
Go to our Twitter. It's the original artist. We retweeted it like yesterday. So the high resolution version is there.
Perfect. I also really loved, you talked about the a la carte of the options. And I love that because everything's a la carte. Like if I am amazing at the combat, but I am absolutely like shit at platforming, like I don't have to lessen my combat experience because I'm really bad at platforming. So like phenomenal. Love that. And I really loved your comment at the very end, that there's this idea that you have to play a game in a certain way to have a valid win. But as the developer, you were like, no, it's all valid. It's my game. I made it. That is what we said, have fun or else. And like, yeah. I love that. And I really liked, if the end goal is to have fun and we want players to have fun and giving the crab a gun is fun, then
just math.
It's just math.
Yeah.
It checks out. So thank you so much. We're going to be taking our afternoon break for a half hour. There are still some sign-up sheets for the Inclusive Tech Lab if you want to sign up for that. And we will see you after the break. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there something I gotta do?
Literally just press that.
Oh, great.
Oh my God. Ta-da.
Ta-da. Hey. Hi, Teresa. Hi.
I'm from Microsoft Data Accessibility Testing Service.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
wow, thank you.
We just talked your game. We don't have a build for it yet, but are you interested in accessibility testing for your program? We can give you a free preview. And yeah, and there's something called accessibility feature tags.
Yeah.
Where if you tag your game on the storefront, you actually get more exposure.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, and it's great conversion rate attached to it. So if you want to take a look at it, let us know.
Yeah, well, again, we're on Game Pass, so like we're here to work close with Xbox. And whatever you guys want to do, like we're down.
And we can give you, with accessibility, the earlier you implement it, the easier, right? We can actually start testing in Steam.
Oh, sure.
And then give you some feedback, and then
If you know, I'm interested in the previews.
Yeah.
I just don't know what it is. So
Okay, yeah. If you give me email me in the contact, and then we can get it started. Are you have my card now?
Ready? All right. I hope that everyone had a fantastic break. I hope people were able to grab some snacks in the back of the room. I will say Discord that the accessibility make with a gun Discord chat was pretty hopping and hysterical. So thank you, Discord, for just keeping it amazing. I love you. So continuing the tradition of assaulting people at PAX and making them do talks for the conference, I am really excited to bring you this next talk from Craig from Able Gamers. If you didn't know, at least at PAX West, Able Gamers has been partnering with Voodoo Ranger to have a beer patio lounge, beer garden. Those are the words I'm looking for. And it actually started out with just Craig and I catching up as old friends. For those who don't know, I was on staff for Able Gamers in 2009. So a while ago. And so it's been really fun to see how the organization has evolved. But Craig was telling me a lot about all the new initiatives that they've been doing, and particularly some of the great impacts that they've had in hospitals, as well as bringing accessible gaming setups to other gaming locations. And I was like, Craig, you got to show people. Can you talk at the conference? And then after several aggressive emails later, he committed. No, just kidding. He said yes right away. So let's check out the community and Able Gamers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Craig Kaufman. I am the Senior Director of the Community and Inclusion Pillar at the Able Gamers charity. I'm excited to share a few slides about the ways our charity supports disabled players, as well as to provide a few tips on how you can welcome disabled players into your community. So as I said before, my name is Craig Kaufman. I've been with Able Gamers for over 12 years now. I actually got involved with Able Gamers by hosting the first charity live stream. We did it on Ustream before Twitch existed, but we raised enough money to buy someone a controller, and I've been here ever since. I actually started out as a volunteer for a few years, and I eventually became the first employee of Able Gamers. Over the years, I've had the opportunity to be involved in a lot of the programs and pillars when they started as just an idea, and it's been amazing to watch things grow over the years. Now our teams are established, and I get to spend most of my time expanding the ways we support the players that we're already supporting and connecting them to communities and the games they want to play. So what is the Able Gamers charity? We have a mission statement written out on the page. Before I get into that, I just want to go into the story of why we were started, because it really speaks to the core of our mission. So about 20 years ago, we were started as an EverQuest blog for people with disabilities to be able to play EverQuest. Our founder was playing with his EverQuest crew one night. They would play every single Friday, and one Friday someone couldn't log in. She has multiple sclerosis, and it made it where she was unable to play. So as a team, they started figuring out how she could play, what ways she could play more comfortably, and it eventually started turning into a blog that helped a lot more people be able to enjoy the world of EverQuest. So at our core, we bring that same spirit to find ways to include players with disabilities in the communities and games they want to play and have the fun they want to have. Our mission statement is creating opportunities that enable play in order to combat social isolation, foster inclusive communities, and improve the quality of life for people with disabilities. To us, that simply means we bring video games to as many people as we can in any way that we can. We're not only working directly with players and hospitals, we're working with hardware teams, we're working with software teams. Our goal is just to make sure that we're helping create accessible player experiences that are fun, that people want to be a part of. So here are the 5 pillars of Able Gamers. When we started 20 years ago, we never really envisioned what kind of work we'd be doing today, but it's exciting to see what has developed. We are 15 people working across 5 different pillars. Our core pillars work together to ensure that the players that we support get the best possible experiences, whether it's through the work at the hospitals, directly with the player, or the work that we do supporting game developers who are already creating awesome experiences for disabled players to play. Our 5 pillars are peer counseling, engineering, community and inclusion, user research, and professional development. And we'll dive into those a little bit more. Accessible.games is our resource for game developers. On this website, you'll find the content from our user research team, as well as our professional development team. Our user research pillar offers things like sensitivity readings, consultation, and various testing for your games. You'll also find our APX design patterns, which consist of 22 patterns surrounding challenge and access that was developed directly from the personal experiences of our staff with disabilities, as well as our player panels participants. Our player panels participants work directly with studios, so they're giving their personal feedback around things like character design and story, as well as gameplay. Our professional development pillar has options to dive deeper into the APX patterns with various talks and content surrounding the individual design patterns, as well as an APX practitioner course. The APX practitioner course has had a lot of different studios take it, which has been awesome. There's been a lot of really cool conversations that have come out of it, and we've seen some really cool impact on games. So accessible.games if you want to go find any more information on either of those pillars, the programs, or the things that we offer to support developers as they're creating their games. Our engineering pillar works to either create custom solutions for players or working on projects from some of our partners in the hardware space. We utilize 3D printers to create custom solutions for players. So on the slide, Caleb is holding one of the custom controllers that he's made. We also have a printables account that we update where you can share designs or print out some of the stuff we do. We're making sure that we give all that information out so people can print their own stuff, as well as have a place to send us cool stuff that they're working on. Caleb has been making cool controllers for a long time, so I also put his website on this slide as well. We support various student projects and accessibility groups as they're developing stuff as well. So on the slide, you'll see an example of the no pull, no lift controller that we did in partnership with students at UPEI. Able Gamers also contributes feedback to hardware being developed by partners. So for example, things like the Xbox Adaptive Controller or the PlayStation Access Controller, we get to give a little bit of our input as well as help find players to give their input on their personalized experiences using the devices. This is our peer counseling pillar. This is what the typical peer counseling process looks like when Able Gamers is supporting a player. So we start to get to know the player. We ask them about their interests, what kind of games they like to play, as well as we start asking about what kind of accessibility needs they may have, what kind of hardware they've looked into, that kind of thing. Then we start crafting a solution. This is where our team will figure out the games, the hardware, put it all together, and then send it off to the player to make sure that it is what the player needs. Then, once the equipment arrives, we start making sure the player is enjoying the game. We help them with the setup, we help them with the settings, and then we just let them play for a little bit. But we check back in to make sure that everything's still going well. Is the hardware still working? Are the games still fun? Have you been able to connect with the players and people that you want to connect with over the games that you want to play? Here's a quick video that kind of details that experience. This was actually filmed by our partners in Ability KC in Kansas, and it highlights the work of one of our peer counselors, Aaron, and the awesome stuff he does.
My name's Aaron Price. I sustained a spinal cord injury in 2014. Pretty much when that happened, I figured my days of playing video games, at least the video games that I really enjoyed playing, were over. It was actually at Ability KC that they were showcasing accessible gaming. That got me really excited, so I ended up getting a quad stick, and that quad stick allowed me to play video games again. You know, that got me a lot more interested in assistive technology, and I thought, well, it'd be neat to volunteer at Ability KC at the ACCT department. They kind of had me join them specifically for accessible video gaming. I'm a peer counselor with Able Gamers, and Able Gamers, they're a charity that focuses on fighting social isolation of people with disabilities through gaming.
My name's Haley Fancher. I'm an occupational therapist at Ability KC. Digital access is kind of my main thing, looking at how I can get access to individuals to their computer, phones, and a big part of that is to video games as well.
A lot of occupational therapists don't identify as either having an interest in games or being a gamer themselves. And so while we know a lot about the person, translating that information to the game can be very difficult. So this idea of players with disabilities helping other players with disabilities, I think it's such a beautiful thing.
I know some, but again, I'm not an avid gamer. I never have been. I don't know if I really have the desire to be. So that's where Aaron has been fantastic to actually make this grow.
So while he has all the knowledge about the games themselves, pairing that information with the adaptive part of it. So Haley's on the flip side, I think, the occupational therapist side. That's where the combination of the two really makes sense for me. And Aaron brings that gamer part to Ability KC, which I think is fantastic.
Aaron, though, is different. He never did ever say, oh, poor me, I can't do anything. He's never been that way.
Ability KC also surrounds you with people who make you think about your disability in a way of not what I can't do, but how can I make it to where I can do it. Honestly, I might still be looking for a job if it wasn't for Ability KC and Able Gamers. It's nice to be able to produce something rather than only consuming something. Being able to create something or give something rather than just take is a wonderful feeling.
Each day, our peer counselors are working directly with players and our partner facilities to make sure that the players that we support are getting the most up-to-date knowledge, the best possible hardware, and overall just having the best possible experience throughout the entire process of trying to find the right hardware and enjoying the games. The Able Gamers approach is to match players with the game experiences they want to have and with the hardware that will allow them to achieve that. Once we have players playing, we have communities in place for players to connect about games, hardware, or any other interests that bring people together. Here's a video clip from our efforts in Cincinnati, Ohio, that displays what this looks like on a local level and how we work with partners to connect players. Our Powered by Able Gamers journey takes us to Cincinnati, Ohio, the home of the Findlay Markets, Skyline Chili, the Cincinnati Bengals, and the Cincinnati Reds. The Able Gamers Peer Counseling Team supports our partners like UC Health and Cincinnati Children's Hospital by training the staff on accessible gaming technologies, hosting weekly consultations with players, and granting accessible gaming equipment to the players who need them at no cost. With community partners, we can host accessible gaming events in awesome places like Velocity Esports, who provides the pizza, refreshments, and the space to help us bring accessible gaming to the local community.
So on the fourth Wednesday of every month, at least in our Newport location, we have our adaptive gaming clinic. And again, that's mainly powered by the Bridge and Able Gamers. They bring the equipment. Everything is donated through Able Gamers, which is a godsend. It really helps be able to put together something like this. So we have people that sign up through the Bridge's website. They come in and we get to show them that through the equipment that Able Gamers has been able to provide to us in the bridge, and the doctors, physical therapists, and all the volunteer staff at the bridge, they're able to set them up how they want to be set up, and then from there, they come back every month, or they can play online at home. All that equipment gets given to the people that come out, and then they can play at home from there, and then they're more than welcome to always come out on the fourth Wednesday. We've started to build a community and a camaraderie of everybody.
I just want people to play video games. It's something I've done since I was very young, and it's always been a passion of my life. And a role as the rehab doctor for these patients is to help them do the things that they feel like they can't anymore. And when I started tying that in with what I'm personally passionate about, it made perfect sense of why am I not helping them play video games. And so it's kind of turned into this beautiful kind of chorus of me getting to still be a doctor, but doing all these things with Able Gamers, like helping these people come and play video games. It's just a wonderful thing to see, and getting to see the smiles on their faces when they play video games or talk about video games.
So I went back to therapy again, outpatient therapy this year, and saw the flyer. Was like, yeah, I want to learn how to better play video games. When I got here, I was shocked by what they were actually like doing for disabled gamers. As far as going to a 3D printer that designed the part I needed for my remote. I've been playing games my whole life. When my accident happened, I kind of figured out a controller enough to play. But now I'm playing Madden against my friends online, whooping them like mad, so mad. Come out to one of the events, you won't regret it. It'll be like you step back however many years it's been. No matter what your mobility, they have something for you, or we'll go and find it for you. It's just been an amazing program, and I can't believe how much you guys actually help out.
That video is the joint efforts of our peer counseling team and our community and inclusion team working together. The community inclusion team works with the peer counseling team to help players find the games they want to play and to help connect players to the communities they want to be a part of. When we choose games that we create content and programming for, we look at three things: approachability, accessibility, and community experience. Not everyone's going to define approachability the same way, and that's kind of the beauty of it. It's a word that's relative to a person's interests and what they want to play. An easy way to think about our usage is this. Accessibility is the can I play that part of this. Approachability and community experiences are the do I want to play that part of this. For example, The Last of Us 2 has amazing accessibility features, but if a player doesn't like zombies or gore, it's not going to be the game for them. We use the three categories above to help ensure that players have the best possible chance to enjoy gaming, especially if they're getting used to new hardware. A lot of this is driven from one specific situation. A few years back, we gave someone a quad stick. We sent them all the information they needed to play games, and they decided that their first game would be Dark Souls. As you can imagine, trying to learn a quad stick with the game Dark Souls isn't the easiest experience. The player actually gave up and decided that gaming wasn't for them, until we were at an event and he saw another player who was using a quad stick. After they talked for a bit, we overheard the one player shout, "Why would you start with Dark Souls?" And that was a very valid question. So we instantly started working to build out new avenues of support that give players more information about games and to connect players together to share their experiences. As I mentioned before, when we talk about approachability, it's individualized to the person and varies by game. But at the end of the day, our goal is to find games that interest the players the most. When we think of accessibility, we usually think of colorblind mode or subtitles, or if the controls can be remapped. But there are also other factors that come into play when it comes to the experience of players with disabilities. For example, how long are the rounds? Can I pause the game? These are incredibly important to players that may have fatigue or hand pain. Are there any fun ways to learn the game? Am I going to be punished for not being good at the game to start with? Are there characters or themes that are recognizable or relatable? It's easy to understand the goal of Rocket League. You can figure out what most characters do in games based on other games you've played. The bigger characters in Mario Kart are slower and hit people out of the way. That translates to a lot of the kart racers. That kind of knowledge is really useful for players as they start trying to find new games to play. Are there game mechanics similar to other games that they've already played on current hardware? So if a player likes playing first-person shooters and they already have a setup that works for first-person shooters, 9 times out of 10, most games that are first-person shooters will translate into their current setup. And this is just something we keep in mind, as well as, are there multiple play styles? So, for example, in a lot of shooting games, if you play a shotgun, you're up close to a player. If you're playing a sniper rifle, you're further away. Those are 2 different play styles, and players get to choose how they want to play, and sometimes, depending on hardware, some players may choose one style over the other. Same with being a mage or a barbarian or any kind of game that has different classes or different weapons. This allows players to choose what works best for them. To dive into playstyles a little deeper, here's my own personal experience. I have degenerative disc disease, and I've had to have surgery in my neck to replace some discs and relieve some pain. But the way I found out I had spine problems actually started by playing Gears of War 2 a lot. So I would actually play Gears of War pretty much every single night, and I noticed that I would start having pain right here in my neck. And after playing it and figuring it out for a while, I realized it was because of the chainsaw battles in Gears of War. So if you're not familiar, the gun has a chainsaw at the end of it, and you can cut through other players with it. But if another player is trying to cut you with their chainsaw gun, then you get into what is a chainsaw duel. To do this, you would take your B button and you would smash it a whole bunch. You'd button mash the B button, and whoever smashed it more would end up winning the chainsaw duel. What I would do is I would brace the controller on my body, and I would smash it as much as possible, causing some sort of pain in my neck. It got so bad, it was to the point that my wife would ask, "Did you play Gears of War last night?" And at one point we had a sit-down conversation about how I shouldn't participate in chainsaw duels anymore. So what was cool is right around the same time, well, this actually wasn't cool, but right around the same time of Gears of War 3, I actually had a bigger problem in my neck. They said it was Rhineck. Basically, my head was stuck like this for 9 months, I believe, and it was excruciating pain. During that time is when I realized how important accessibility and all of this stuff is. That's actually when I did the first Able Gamers fundraising stream. But more importantly, what was cool about Gears of War 3 was they released a new gun. So they released the Retro Lancer, which had a big knife at the end of it. This is an interesting talk for accessibility. Had a big knife at the end of it. So instead of having to do the chainsaw battle, you would just take your gun and you would run at players and stab them to death. So for me, this was actually great because instead of getting in chainsaw battles, I would just be able to hold down the B button and run and stab somebody. So I still had that Gears of War experience of the weird guns that they put into the game, but I was able to do it without having to get into that chainsaw battle, which was awesome. And I played Gears of War with all of my friends, all of my family. That's what we played, so it was really not an option to not play Gears of War. And it was really cool when this gun came in because then I started using the Retro Lancer. That's not necessarily an accessibility feature or an option to turn on, but having more choices and being able to choose different guns in the game was awesome, and it made it so I could play without having pain. So I just thought that kind of goes into this when we talk about player choices and how we play the games. This is what we look at when we're helping players get used to new equipment or new games. It's the whole experience that players are going to experience when they play. On top of all the other awesome stuff that's going to get mentioned and covered at GaConf, When it comes to developers supporting players with disabilities, here's some extra things not to forget. Talk about your game's accessibility as early as you can and as honestly as you can. Share control schemes and gameplay before the game comes out. This allows players to have their setups ready to go for launch day. You can create an accessibility page that houses all of the accessibility documentation for your game, as well as videos or any other media that you want to show that highlights the accessibility in your game. And you can open lines of communication to get feedback from disabled players about their experiences. This is incredibly important because there's lots of feedback you can get, from the usability of the site to how the community is acting, as well as accessibility feedback. So opening up those lines of dialogue is incredibly important. And then highlight accessibility in dev blogs and in patch notes. You're doing the work, make sure to highlight it. Tell people why you're adding these features and how important they are to the community. Before we go, I want to make sure I show off a few awesome examples of accessibility or pages or cool things that are happening in the space. Sea of Thieves has a great accessibility page. You can actually learn all about all the features they have. They detail all the settings. They talk about everything in depth, which is awesome. One of the other things they do, and I mentioned this in a slide previous, is talking about answering as quickly as possible, but as well as giving honest answers. They talk about the restrictions that players may have if you're playing with single analog stick mode or any of those kind of modes. They highlight this stuff in the content they produce, which is awesome. Obviously, having restrictions to play is not fun, but letting players know what they're going to experience before they jump in is incredibly important. So not only do they have the resources, it's honest and it's right there so that when players jump in, they know what to expect. Another awesome example is the accessibility at Blizzard page. They have an email that you can email about accessibility concerns for any of their games. So it says right there you can email accessibility@blizzard.com. Also worth noting, Sea of Thieves has it on their each individual help page, asks if you need extra help. These are opening up lines of communication is incredibly important. Like I said before, it just allows players to know that their feedback is being heard, and in hopes that the games become more accessible and welcoming in the future. Another cool thing I wanted to make sure I highlight was Fortnite's Global Accessibility Awareness Day post. They celebrated Global Accessibility Awareness Day by giving out a free item and emote in the game, which is cool. It's just a good way to tell everyone what's happening. It told the whole community, every player could log into Fortnite and get these two items for free for that day, which was very cool. God of War did a great job when it comes to talking about the accessibility of your game before it comes out. They talked all about the presets, the controls that you can do, the different game modes as well. This allowed players to get excited for God of War before it came out, instead of waiting for it to come out and checking out the accessibility. So it was kind of cool to see a lot of people excited about the accessibility in God of War before it was out. One quick note before I go. Every year, video games are becoming more accessible and welcoming to disabled players, and that is awesome. We're watching cool innovations in the gaming space and new hardware coming out all the time, and it just makes for a better experience. And I know that this is in part to a lot of people watching this, so I just wanted to say thanks, and that it's awesome, and that I'm looking forward to more and more years of accessible gaming. So thanks for tuning into this presentation, and thanks for all the awesome work you're doing. If you need any more information about Able Gamers, you can always check out ablegamers.org. And if you're from the development side and you want to check out some of the services that we offer for developers, you can always check out accessible.games. Thanks.
When I first got to see this, because it was pre-record, and I saw the part where that one player's first game was Dark Souls, I was like, oh, that poor person. They didn't know what they were getting themselves in for. But one of the things that I felt really strongly about watching this presentation was really the amount of work and connectedness it can take to get one person gaming. You know, gaming is already complex. It's a lot. There's a whole reason where we're specialists, and that's just the software. And so knowing that not only do you have to find the right game, so like in the one player's case, not Dark Souls for their start, but also knowing that you have to find the right hardware setup for them. You know, I'm lucky enough at Xbox to work with some amazing hardware folks, and my favorite occupational therapist, Dr. Jones. Where'd she go? Did she leave the room? Oh, she's hiding. Oh, she's way back there. And one of the things that I love hearing about from Caitlin is, you know, she talks about when she goes to get people into gaming, you know, it's not about what can't you do, it's what can you do? What does move? All right, okay. Don't tell me you can't use your thumbs. Do tell me you can move your head, right? And so it's that kind of thinking and that kind of knowledge and connecting that information with getting the right controller setups and getting the right controller setup with the right game that unlocks these opportunities for gamers. And it really does take a community to make it happen. So if you haven't told your occupational therapist lately that you love them, please do so, because they are doing it so that we'll always be able to game. And with organizations like Able Gamers bringing these activities out literally to the real world and to physical gaming spaces, they're getting more people back into gaming than ever before. So we love to see it. So we're going to take one more short break, and then we will be back with the last talk of the day. See you in a few. All right, it is that time. It is time for the last talk of the day. This talk I'm really excited about just because, you know, Mortal Kombat is a franchise that I have grown up with, and being able to bring the, I don't even have the words, being able to describe, to be able to bring the absurdity and beauty of a Mortal Kombat fatality to more players is something everyone should be excited about. Now, there's a more detailed content warning in this talk, but I wanted to add on, so this entire talk is going to be about audio descriptions and from Mortal Kombat specifically. So like in the Dead Space talk, you know, the audio was off. It will not be in this one. We're describing the things that are happening. So if you do not want to hear that, I kindly invite you to go into the quiet room with your laptop in mute and watch with subtitles so you don't have to hear any of that content. Or if you just don't want to see it, it's time to, you know, you can step out. But like I said, there'll be a more detailed content warning in the talk. So let's learn all about audio descriptions in Mortal Kombat. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Janissary, producer of live and interactive audio description at Descriptive Video Works. I'm a white woman in my early 30s with curly blue hair, wearing a floral dress. Having now produced audio description for several different games, we've had the luxury of trying new things and setting new standards. We've advanced beyond hypothetical scenarios. Now, Ross and I are here to show you what challenges arose during production of audio description on Mortal Kombat 1 and its effect on players.
Hi. My name is Ross Miner, and I'm a blind game accessibility consultant and content creator. I'm a white man in his mid-20s with light brown hair, and I'm wearing a long-sleeve blue button-up shirt. I've been a lifelong gamer and listener of audio description, and have collaborated with Descriptive Video Works on a variety of projects. But most importantly, I'm a huge Mortal Kombat fan. Fighting games have been notoriously popular in the blind community due to their 2D environment, stereo audio, and character-specific sound cues. And now, NetherRealm Studios is testing their might by adding audio description to Mortal Kombat 1. Before we begin, a very important content warning. Several sections of this video will contain uncensored violence and gore, everything from decapitations, dismemberment, and lots of blood, all of which will be audio described. A friendly reminder that sensory rooms are available at the venue. If you're sighted and would prefer to cover the screen during the gory sections, a translucent white bar will appear at the top of the screen and slowly run down when one is about to start. Then, a hashed red bar will appear for the entire duration of the gore. Once that goes away, you're clear.
For those who have never heard it before, audio description is an alternative audio track where a narrator describes key visual elements. It's primarily intended for viewers with visual or cognitive impairments, but like many accessibility options, it often has benefits beyond the target audience. It can be found as a spoken language option on most major streaming services, such as Amazon Prime, which I'm showing here.
Bold silver letters outlined in gold orbit the Earth and come to rest in front of the equator.
Audio description is typically done for movies, TV shows, and live events, but is still relatively new in gaming. There are many quality standards to ensure descriptions are rich, concise, accurate, and objective. I've listed a few of those standards here, such as don't describe over dialogue, and show, don't tell. You might be surprised by that second one, but the idea is to not draw conclusions on behalf of your audience. Rather than informing them of what you think, give them access to the same information that you have, such that they can hopefully draw a similar conclusion. So what does this look like when it's in a game, and how much value does it really add?
I'm going to play a scene from Mortal Kombat 1 without audio description. However, the screen will be completely black so you can experience exactly what a blind player would. Try to visualize in your mind what you think is happening based on the audio alone.
Incompetent. Oh, that works. I have had enough of you. Then go.
So it's immediately apparent that people are fighting, judging by the grunts, crashes, etc. But that's really all you're able to determine from the audio alone. You may occasionally hear a metallic object swishing through the air, but that doesn't really tell you much. Some immediate questions you may be having are, who is fighting? Where are they fighting? What weapons are they using? And most importantly, who's winning? Let's rewatch that same scene, but this time with audio description and visuals.
Kung Lao watches Sub-Zero kick Raiden into a pillar from the balcony. Raiden looks up, then climbs the pillar to the level above. Sub-Zero eyes him, then kicks 2 legs out from under a table, turning it into a ramp. He uses it to vault through the air and kick Raiden on the upper level. Raiden staggers into a bar counter where a man drinks. Raiden grabs a cleaver from a pig's head sitting on the bar and swings it at Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero weaves around the blade and Raiden slices off the cap of the man's liquor bottle. He pours it into a cup. Sub-Zero blasts ice at Raiden, freezing his hands to the bar. The man plucks a bit of the ice and drops it into his drink. Kung Lao throws his hat at Sub-Zero's head. It bounces off harmlessly. Smirking, Kung Lao shrugs.
Incompetent.
Kung Lao chucks a circular chakram decoration. It nicks Sub-Zero and plunges into a wall.
Oh, that works. I have had enough of you. Then go.
Okay, let's unpack everything that just happened now that we have much more context. Remember when I told you to visualize in your head what you thought was happening? Well, I'm sure you now realize that what you thought was happening and what you heard from audio description was drastically different. Now imagine that for a fully cinematic campaign without audio description, and imagine how much context would be missing. Fortunately, you don't have to because the entire campaign is described. First, we've learned that Kung Lao and Raiden are fighting Sub-Zero. The manner at which they are fighting has also been revealed. Instead of hearing dubious grunts and crashes, we now know that the fighters are utilizing their surrounding environment to aid in the fight. Furthermore, we've learned that Sub-Zero definitely seems to be the more capable fighter. Lastly, the humorous moments that give the fight its personality are able to be experienced, such as the man at the bar dropping Sub-Zero's ice into his drink, or Kung Lao throwing his hat at Sub-Zero's head, an important foreshadowing detail into the development of Kung Lao's signature move. This is just one scene though. Having these details described in an otherwise entirely visual medium really give the characters and the story depth that blind people are able to latch onto and experience alongside sighted players. Now that you've heard an example of what audio description sounds like, I want to highlight some examples of how audio description helps players overall, but also in Mortal Kombat specifically. As we observed, audio description provides important information that would otherwise be missed, and often game-changing information. Consider the previous clip. Thanks to audio description, we now know what's happening during the fight, where the fight is taking place, and who we're about to fight, which is really important in fighting games. Audio description also provides information into narrative events that may change the state of the game, such as the boss changing forms in the middle of a fight that would alter the types of attacks a player would face. So how do audio descriptions help in Mortal Kombat 1 specifically? Well, for starters, everything in the campaign, from the action-packed choreographed fight scenes to the brutal fatality details, or the unique character designs, would be entirely lost on blind gamers. Another important detail is that audio descriptions really increase player engagement and retention, and this cannot be understated. For me personally, I rarely completed the campaign in past Mortal Kombat games unless it benefited me in the game in some way. Now with Mortal Kombat 1, I completed the entire campaign because I was absolutely invested and engaged in the characters and the story. Did you know there are several fatality-based achievements in Mortal Kombat 1 and other Mortal Kombat games? In the past, when I had to complete these kinds of achievements, it was a lot more of a grind and not very entertaining because I didn't know what was happening during the fatalities. Now, I'm much more incentivized to complete these achievements and experience and discover all the fatalities because they're audio described. Especially because in the past, blind gamers would have to look up text descriptions of fatalities online, and many times they were very inaccurate. I figured I would use this opportunity to showcase my favorite fatality in the game.
Reptile rushes at the victim in his lizard form and turns invisible. He bites down on their head, then swallows them whole as he turns visible. He vomits them out in a puddle of acid and bile. As the victim's skin burns, Reptile smashes his hand into their head, pulverizing it. Blood gushes out.
Fatality.
I often tell people that in regards to audio description, you don't really know what you're missing until it's been described to you, and that is definitely the case with this fatality and all other fatalities in the game. Next, players often choose characters they want to play based on how fun they are, obvious. However, players also choose their fighter based on their design and their backstory. Now this too can be a deciding factor for blind players. Lastly, my favorite fact about audio descriptions is that they really require no learning curve whatsoever, unlike other accessibility features. All a player has to do is turn them on and they'll immediately benefit. Audio descriptions are more than just describing what's on the screen. They really bring to life all of these characters and provide players these details that they would miss. And that's just really huge, I think, for the longevity of a game. Because now that I have all these details, I'm going to want to go talk about it with other people. I'm going to want to go talk about it online. It's important to remember that not only do audio descriptions help blind players, but they also help others reinforce what is being seen, or learn a new language, or even look away from the screen temporarily. With that being said, let's jump into the bloody details of how audio description was created for Mortal Kombat 1.
Now that we've had the chance to produce audio description for a couple different games, we can speak to real challenges we've encountered rather than hypotheticals. The general workflow looks like this: 5 high-level steps. Unlike other accessibility features, the majority of these steps happen very late in development. The only one that can happen early is step 1, where you'll want to create an in-engine framework for narration to eventually be inserted. All remaining steps will occur just a few short months before release because we want the visuals to be almost finalized. So when we start on step 2, writing the script, those descriptions are accurate for what the final game is actually going to look like. Step 3 is for a professional narrator to record and master that script, and step 4 is to insert the sound files of that narration into the framework created in step 1. Finally, you'll want to test and solicit feedback to ensure the audio description is seamless and immersive. We've now learned there might be a few additional considerations in our script writing which are unique to games. First, character names. What happens if a character has more than one name? Normally, we just call them whatever the dialogue calls them, but in games, you also have to consider in-game menus or other places where that character's name might appear. Mortal Kombat, for example, includes a roster of characters who you can choose to play as during specific game modes.
Choose fighter, player 1, Scorpion.
But the names of characters in the roster don't always match their names in the story.
Liu Kang looks to the upper level. Smoke, Scorpion, Sub-Zero, and the other numerous Lin Kuei warriors get to their feet.
Some names are more like titles or nicknames, so do we use their title, which appears more often in game menus, or do we use their real name, which is used more often in dialogue? We opted for the titles in this case, but we might decide to do the opposite under different circumstances. If you're playing through the story mode, you might decide that you love playing as this man Syzoth. His combat style really suits you, and his moves are absolutely brutal.
Reptile's tail ensnares his victim to ragdoll them around. He then crushes their chest in his maw.
But if you try to find Syzoth in the roster, he's not going to be there. Reptile is.
Player 1, Reptile. CPU opponent.
Unless you know this series very well, you'll probably be confused about who's who. For that reason, all the characters use their roster names for consistency. These kinds of situations can be common in certain game genres, and creative decisions can be made collaboratively between the game's studio and the audio description writers. Another naming challenge is handling actions which can be undertaken by multiple characters. Fatalities and super moves, for example, could target dozens of other characters, which would require us to narrate thousands of versions of the same script. While hypothetically possible, this didn't really add a whole lot of value for the player. Instead, we opted to use a neutral naming and pronoun convention for these segments. Each target is the victim with neutral they-them pronouns.
Baraka punches his victim and pulls out an intestine. He strikes his forearm blades to start a fire. He throws the victim and holds onto their intestine to roast them. More Tarkatans enter and they tear the victim's limbs off to feast.
There are even situations where both the attacker and the target can be different characters. For these, we called the aggressor the attacker or the hero, just as a couple examples. On to my favorite challenge in this example, the extreme violence and gore. We first had to ensure that everyone involved in this project was comfortable working with this sort of material. It's not every day you get to write, narrate, or mix scripts like this.
Kano stabs the victim's shoulders, then beams his eye lasers through their skull. Kitana flings her fan blades into the victim, leaps, summons the fans back, and drives them into their skull.
In audio description, the tone and vocabulary of the script must match the source media, and our descriptions must be accurate above all else. No pulling any punches. We needed to be every bit as violent and gory as Mortal Kombat was. Instead of someone's skin simply being removed, it is flayed or shredded. Instead of Melina biting someone, she ravages them.
Melina pins the victim's arms to the floor with her side blades, then ravages their torso with her jaws before biting out their throat.
This was wildly fun for the team to make, but we're all probably on a list somewhere for our Google search history. Synonyms for disembowel. Oh, eviscerate is pretty good.
As I mentioned previously, fighting games have been notoriously popular amongst the blind community, so much so that there's an entire community called the Blind Fighting Game Community, or BFGC for short. Back in 2013, Carlos Vasquez, a blind Mortal Kombat player, attended EVO, one of the world's largest fighting game tournaments, to compete in Mortal Kombat. While there, he caught the attention of NetherRealm Studios, which encouraged them to include their very first blind accessibility feature in their game, Injustice. A few years ago, Carlos created the Sento Showdown, an all-blind Mortal Kombat tournament. Here's a clip from Season 3 of the Sento Showdown, where blind player Captain Earshot lands the final blows on his opponent, making him the 3-time reigning champion of the tournament.
Plus frames! Oh my god! Critical health for a teal killer! This could be it!
That's it! Captain Earshot is your champion once again! Oh my god!
Hopefully that clip emphasizes just how passionate the BFGC is about fighting games. But isn't it poetic that 10 years after talking to NetherRealm Studios, Carlos has returned as one of the accessibility consultants for Mortal Kombat 1 to make it the most accessible Mortal Kombat game yet? We thought it would be appropriate to show a compilation of various blind players experiencing and reacting to the audio descriptions, just to show how much more enriching the cinematic experiences are for blind players.
Liu Kang throws a fiery punch. He releases colossal glowing dragons that chomp the victim's arms to hold them into the air. He saws and drives their head to the ground, which splits their body in half and crushes their head.
Now, do I need to point out that you can hear the individual halves of their body falling? I don't think I need to point that out, but I just want to point it out because it's awesome.
Scorpion slings rope darts through his victim's sternum and neck. He pulls.
Well, there's your fatality. This is really, really good. I'm loving this.
It's just amazing. I can't get enough of it.
Goro wallops the victim in the face.
Big wallop. Appropriate descriptive word. Goro wallops. He be walloping.
Harvick headbutts the victim to the floor, then pummels them. His own fists break apart into jagged, stabbing bone. Liu Kang chokes his victim and shoves them through a passage into outer space. A black hole siphons off the victim's legs, then their intestines and skin. They thrash until their neck snaps and their skeleton gets sucked in.
Good God! And listen to that audio too.
011.
Oh yes, that is the fatality that says "I am a god." Dude, I love it.
I want to hear it again.
Melina pins the victim's arms to the floor with her side blades, then ravages their torso with her jaws before biting out their throat.
Oh, that's so gory. Oh my god.
It is so good. I mean, I enjoy Mortal Kombat stories anyway, but actually being able to understand it is just brilliant.
It is the duty of mortals to finish it.
Yes.
Over a vista of mountains and red-leafed trees surrounding a shimmering lake. Mortal Kombat 1.
Chills. Do you guys see the chills on my arms? I got chills.
The man plucks a bit of the ice and drops it into his drink. Kung Lao throws his hat
He's like,
at Sub-Zero's head.
whatever.
It bounces off harmlessly.
Oh, this is epic.
Fight.
Raiden staggers into a bar counter where
Smashy.
a man drinks. Raiden grabs
Bang.
a cleaver from a
Boom.
pig's head sitting on the bar and slings it at Sub-Zero.
And the audio description is absolutely stellar. Pretty much the reason I'm enjoying it so much.
You know, this has been probably one of the most enjoyable story modes I've played this year, especially with the audio description, man. I'm so overwhelmed by how amazing watching these cutscenes and playing this with audio description is. It's just epic.
Thank you so much to Super Blind Man, Aegon K, Xerxiax, Sightless Combat, and of course Ross for letting us use their footage. An important note is that as we were leafing through these live streams to find reactions to the audio description, it was surprisingly difficult to find people commenting directly on the descriptions. What happened far more often was people reacting to the story itself. They were fully immersed in the narrative.
And this is how it should be for everyone who plays, a fully immersive experience. There's always room for innovation and improvements in future games, but if there's one thing for sure, audio descriptions in Mortal Kombat 1 have been a flawless victory.
Flawless victory. So that is, oh, I have to have my notes. So if I don't write it down, it's not real. You know, one of the things that I loved about that and the audio descriptions is that, you know, part of the joy of Mortal Kombat is the absurdity and ruthlessness of the fatalities. That is a core part of the experience. And as you could see, you know, in the very beginning, when they have the demo of just the black screen without the audio descriptions, you don't get any of the ruthlessness. You don't even get the comedy that is naturally built in to Mortal Kombat. But with Mortal Kombat 1 and the addition of this, all of a sudden, the experience that those who are sighted have got to get, those who have been able to see the comedy, the absurdness, the over-the-top blood gore bonanza. Everyone can get on that now, right? And that's what it's about. You know, there was so much talk of just literally, these gamers didn't know what they were missing. And, you know, they were transparent and honest. You know, parts of it were boring. Why engage in the story mode if you literally don't know what the story is because it's not being described to you? But with this edition, they can. It's more engaging. They're playing more. Ross literally talked about actually playing the campaign, which he hadn't done before, right? And so it's getting people involved. Actually, we know what the pillars of our games are, right? And things like audio descriptions can unlock our game pillars for more players. And even just like the description of, you know, when writing these, the audio descriptions, they were accurate and descriptive. You know, you didn't need to jazz them up or add funny voices. That ruins the experience. But by being accurate and descriptive about what's happening, the player knows it's over the top. They can sense what's happening, you know, and that's all you need to do. So I want to go ahead and say, let's give a massive round of applause for our last talk of the day. Thank you so much, Jen and Ross. Now, a few other things as we close out here on day one. First, so for those of you who have booked for the lab tour, the lab tour is going to begin at 6 p.m. and we request that you meet in the lobby around 5:30, not around, at 5:30, to coordinate ride shares to go over. So it's not far away. It's only like a 15-minute drive max, but trying to figure out how many cars we need, how we can, you know, get everyone over in Uber. Pretty simple stuff. Like I said, if you are signed up, please just meet in the lobby at 5:30. And as we close out today, I first want to give a big thank you to the Archo Hotel and their staff for hosting us again. They have been absolutely fantastic. We've had our AV tech over here absolutely killing it. So give her a round of applause. And then, of course, I also want to, again, thank Ian back there and welcome him back to GaConf US. He's like, Tara, why are you doing this? And then, as we finally close out today, events like this aren't possible without our sponsors. These events take money. And even just being able to broadcast to a Zoom webinar isn't free, right? So we spend money to make this happen, and our sponsors are what makes it real. So I'd like to thank our gold sponsors, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Rockstar, and Xbox. Would like to also thank our silver sponsors, Epic Games, Electronic Arts, Riot Games, Descriptive Video Works, and Netflix. And finally, our bronze sponsors, the ESA, Reed Speaker, Player Research, Whitehorn Games, Ubisoft, and Shara. One final thing. So as you know, Shara is Shane and Tara. Shara, it's our couple name, I guess. Shane was originally supposed to be here running our social media, and unfortunately she has the flu, so she is not here. So please send Shane love on social media. And I also want to call out what is Shara? Well, it is literally Shane and I getting regular gamers on the internet to give us money to sponsor this conference. It started back when we worked at Turtle Rock. One of the things that we've always said is when you teach your players about why accessibility is important to you as a developer, they will become invested. So every time you see a Shara sponsorship, it is because gamers out in the real world who care about accessibility are helping us fund this conference. So they are out there. And so thank you to all of the individuals who also donated when they bought a ticket or donated through Shara. You guys are also absolutely key to making this happen. And with that, we are officially closing for the end of day one. We will see you back here tomorrow again at 9 a.m. And of course, please feel free to catch up on any talks that you missed on YouTube and Discord. We'll see you tomorrow as well. Thank you so much, everyone.